I used to play the trap spot, propped on the block like I was part of the backdrop. Now it's scale, props, effects, and backdrops. The right lighting, you never catch me biting. Say you make it look so real when you pose the figures fighting. I caught lightning, stuck it in the detour. Replicate epic scenes from the Creed War. Compose pieces with artists that span the globe. Fearsome foes, Spidey in the picture perfect pose. Insert the comic book cut out to shoot a show. Oh, you ain't know? Yo, everybody know me. I made nerds cool, cool nerd like my man Zobi. Took the everyday display, gave it a spark. Welcome to articulated comic book art. Book, book, art, book, art, book, art, book, art, book, art, book, art, book.
Yo, what's up, girls and boys? It's time to make some noise. Cause I'm back and I'm on this track now. Let's talk about some plastic toys. You can bet I pose them all. Legends to Dragon Balls, Batman and Kaijus and Kamen Riders. I collect them all. Gotta make sure your posing's tight though. Make sure your lighting's right yo. Keep it contained because you train for this your entire life, bro. So please don't adjust your TV. This is your host, Moncheesy. Sit back and relax and learn this fact. Posing ain't easy.
Man, I got toys mint on card. Toys out of the box. Man, I got toys in my detour. Catch me at the toy shops. 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 Man, I got toys mint on card. Toys out of the box. Man, I got toys in my detour. Catch me at the toy shops. This ain't for no scalper. You a scalper? Then fuck out shit. This one's for them real collectors. That's army building and posing figures. Marvel Legends, imports, mini maybe I'm fucking with them. Hype beasts, we know about you. Stay buying figs, don't know about me. Boog nice, my nigga. A.C.B.A been popping lately off top. My nigga, they cut out game be too amazing. MUs, my nigga, that's that shit that don't amaze me. This was for my niggas, that's really about they legends. Shouts out to Savage Poop, my niggas out in Texas. I don't fuck with no scalper, nigga, fuck what you selling. I'm all up in the toy aisle, I'm kicking kids, I'm reckless. My nigga built Maruby on that Google chat straight flexing. Look, I pop the package, I smell it. Pop the package, I smell it. Me and my nigga Tiny at the toy fair straight spinning. They asked you for that Deadpool and he ain't asked no questions. We too fly, I know this. Let me give your ass a checklist. Got the Giant Man, got that Ares, that Cable bruh, it's nothing. I get the Blue Wire, Silver Luke Cage, that Dragon Man, then I'm stunning. And this song for them fuck niggas that's hating on your collection. Yeah, they talking all that shit, but it's A.C.B.A, we reppin'. Man, I got toys mint on card. Toys out of the box. Man, I got toys in my detour. Catch me at the toy shops. 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 Man, I got toys mint on card. Toys out of the box. Man, I got toys in my detour. Catch me at the toy shops. I'll take that. We're taking that right there.
Man, I used to play the trap spot, propped on the block like I was part of the backdrop. Now it's scale, props, effects, and backdrops. The right lighting, you never catch me biting. Say you make it look so real when you pose the figures fighting. I caught lightning, stuck it in the detour. Replicate epic scenes from the Creed War. Compose pieces with artists that span the globe. Fearsome foes, Spidey in the picture perfect pose. Insert the comic book cut out to shoot a show. Oh, you ain't know? Yo, everybody know me. I made nerds cool, cool nerd like my man Zobi. Took the everyday display, gave it a spark. Welcome to articulated comic book art. Book art, 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 book art. Y'all ready?
Yeah, let's go.
We are live, Boog.
Oh, we are live. Yes, sir.
We're officially back at it.
That's crispy.
What up? Oh man, it's I'm doing good. Is it just me with the people now? Hello, people.
Y'all ready?
Yeah, let's go.
We are live, Boog.
Oh, we are live. Yes, sir.
We're officially back at it.
That's crispy.
I was here talking to the
live?
people.
Oh shit, my bad. Yes, sir. We're officially back at it. Boog, Nice, and the crew coming at you with the Articulated Comic Book Art Podcast, episode 130 something or other. I don't know what episode it is, but we back for another week. My bad. I was in, in the kitchen. But yeah, man, what's going on, fellas? I got my boys with me. I'm your host, Boog Nice, Fabster 360, Rick Dom, Pan Cheesy, and like I said, I am Boog Nice, and together we are the A.C.B.A. podcast.
Incredible.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
One of the best openings we've ever had, if I'm honest.
Everything is all busted. Oh my god.
Here we go.
That's it. My webcam is bugging. I don't know what's going on. Oh well, we'll figure it out. How's everybody's week?
I want to say I was completely ready, but I was up until the point I wasn't.
We started and then I did the whole hey, what's up? This is not Boog Nice. Boog is doing dishes because I heard the dishes going on. And then my mic was unplugged.
Oh.
And I was like,
Okay.
all right, tight. So I just rewound like nothing happened and I just ran the intro again and here we are.
All right.
Yeah,
So how was your week?
It was great. Really gearing up for the number 1 toy podcast on the internet. That's what I was doing.
Oh, yeah. I still can't see your webcam, so I don't know what's up either.
I know. I just plugged it in.
Okay.
We're about to figure it out.
It says it's on, but it's just not loading. But anyway, it's been a good week. It's been chill. A little drama in the house today, but I'll take it. I'll take my aggression on the toy industry today.
Oh, let's go.
No doubt.
It is what it is.
I guess we do have a pretty decent docket, right? We do have some things lined up that we definitely want to speak about. I guess you'll get into that, but real quick, last week I said what I said, and I meant what I said. But with that said, a few people actually hit me up after last week's show, and so oftentimes when things happen, I don't always speak on them right away. So oftentimes I let things kind of like play out. I guess and with age, it's supposed to come wisdom. So oftentimes, I let things really, really play out to the end before I speak on certain things. And one thing in particular that we spoke about last week was the whole situation with Bobby Valor and Hasbro
and his kind of love-hate relationship with Hasbro, I guess. And the very next day, Bobby Vala sent me a message on Facebook and wanted to clarify a few things. And when me and Bobby don't have any issues, let me say that right off the bat, because there was a couple of different things that I spoke on, but I don't have a actual personal problem, anything with Bobby. It was just me just speaking my mind and just doing what we do on the number one podcast in the toy collecting community. But he hit me.
I'll take a little bit of smoke for that too, because I did speak. I'm guilty of definitely having read the headlines and not the full article when it comes to some of the things we talked about. So I gotta offer my apologies for that as well.
Yeah.
Oh, let's hit the corrections music. Sorry, got the perfect thing.
Oh, okay.
Let's go. It's going.
But he hit me up just to clarify a few things, and he wanted to say that his relationship with some of the people at Hasbro, like Ryan and these other folks at Hasbro, is not bad, but that he had a beef with the overall company and with the way that they kind of do business, and he's been bitter about that. Clearly, he's been bitter about that, right? Or upset about that. Maybe bitter is not the best word, but that's how it came off to me, and that's what I spoke to. But he wanted to clarify one thing, and that was that him putting what appeared to be Ryan's number on that packaging was not actually Ryan's number. It was a number 2. I forget what he said it was, but it was a joke, and that he had spoke to Ryan about it, and that was done in jest, excuse me. And we had a pretty long talk, maybe like 45 minutes on the phone, and it was just shooting the shit and clearing up things or whatever. It was a good talk. It was a good chat. And he said some things that I won't repeat here because it's probably not my place to repeat them, but maybe there'll be some opportunity down the line for him to come on the show and talk about the business from his perspective as it relates to Hasbro and that whole situation. It'd be an interesting thing, I think, for the viewers to hear. But he had specifically called out Fabio and said that Fabio was a bitch.
Hey, I'll take it.
But yeah, so that's that. Like I said, Bobby is featured on the Infinity Equation podcast with Dante and Laser Pants, so you should check them out as well. But like I said, there was no issue there. There was that, and then I had spoke on another issue with somebody else in the community, and like I said what I said. I don't want no problems with anybody in the community. I don't want no beef. But again, if shit goes on for a while and I don't say anything for a while, I usually, I chill out. And then when I get to a point where I want to say something, I say something. And if you are privy to that conversation and you know what I was talking about, who I was talking about, then so be it. I saw a lot of moving and shaking behind the scenes, and some people getting blocked and what have you. So obviously the message hit its mark and it got to where it needed to be.
Right.
And that's that. So,
and I will say that I would, to be transparent, I'm one of the people who noticed was blocked, and I didn't even 100% know what person was being referred to in that conversation. I thought it was a different person entirely. So my thoughts and my comments on that person were completely different than the person you guys were talking about. I misunderstood, but it is what it is.
Yeah, that's the kind of the era that we in. I don't want to hear from you, or I don't want to face the music, or I don't want to even actually resolve an issue. So I'm gonna just block you. I don't operate like that. If you got to do something really egregious for me to block you on all of social media, if you and I have some issue and we bumping heads on the issue, I would much rather get with you on the phone, talk about it, figure it out, figure where we button heads at, and come to some agreement than just block you altogether. I'm not going to do that. That's one thing I won't do. And the second thing that I'm not going to do is like hello talk, or like talk about you, or throw dirt on your name with other people or whatever. If I can't get to you directly to discuss it, then I just don't say anything about it, period. I'm also not going to weaponize my fans or followers against you in any way, shape, or form. That was part of the issue that I had with with Just Jay Hernandez before he and I appeared on Unparalleled Universe's stream or whatever. It's just like, dude, you got to be responsible with your following and with your power and the power that you wield, and wield it in a responsible way. Like being an influencer, however little or however large or small that is, you a superhero to a certain degree, and you got to wield your power accordingly. So I would never use my fans to be like, go attack so and so, whatever.
Nor would you condone anyone doing so in your name or in A.C.B.A's name.
Please don't do that. I'm not with that. That's not what this is about in any way, shape, or form. At the end of the day, I just want to have a good time. We laugh and we joke. That's it. I don't want no actual real drama with anybody, and I'm always open to resolving an issue with anyone, rather than letting shit fester and go on, and you think that I'm mad at you about this. And I don't do that. So that's the main reason why I don't just be blocking people for no reason. Like, if you got a beef with me, hit me up. Let's talk about it. Let's figure it out. Like, I'm pretty accessible, and that's what it is. So yeah, I just want to say that real quick and put that in, and all of the sensationalism and me acting crazy and acting a fool and all of that. It's calculated. I'm not doing things just to do things. I do things in a very, very calculated way, and I know what I'm doing when I'm doing it. I'm moving in a certain way, and that's what it is. I just want to put that in real quick. Let's move forward with the topics and all of that.
That's right.
Everything is all good. All right.
Yeah. I mean, we all want peace in the toy community. Lago Figs is calling it peace signs in the toy community. We, just happen to be, one of the biggest podcasts in this community. So we have to be mindful of when those misunderstandings happen. And here's our chance to clear it up.
Right. Yeah. And again, a misunderstanding is one thing, but when you do something or you say something that is just an outright lie or false, then that gets personal.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a misunderstanding at that point. And that's what I was addressing: the outright lies, the slander, and then if you're not going to face it, you're going to say these things, but you're not going to face it. That's sucker shit to me. It's pussy shit to me. I don't understand that. My logical computer mind can't analyze that type of shit. I don't get that, but it's all good. Moving forward, P, take us away.
That was our first corrections segment.
We put the Dragon Ball Z music over that.
Oh shit! That one day for sure. So yeah, segueing from that, we say a lot of shit on this podcast, and sometimes in the comments people are all like, yo, that's not correct. This is what happened when it comes to figures, price, release, all that stuff. So yeah, if you got something to say in the comments, man, hell yeah, let's do it. And then we'll take responsibility and we will
chat it in so it 100% gets read.
Christ. But we're going to try and do corrections every single week at the top of the show. We're going to hit it with the corrections music, and then it's going to be great. We'll figure it out. As always, the podcast is always evolving. And we're just trying to make it better for everybody.
Are you referring to the #1 toy podcast?
Oh my god!
Right. Let's not lose sight about what our expertise is. It's toy photography. It's A.C.B.A. It's the business and everything related with that stuff. And with that said, please be sure to follow our Instagram. I feel like it's the best feature Instagram. It's not about featuring big names per se, although there are some big people that obviously get featured. It's about featuring straight heat. So there is never anything whack that ever gets posted to the A.C.B.A. Instagram. It's curated in such a way that is just genius, if I must say so myself. And it's a way for you to just view this art, this amazing art. You don't even have to be a toy photographer yourself to just enjoy this. I always recommend it to anybody I come across that's just a casual fan of any type of art or comics or anime or the pop culture stuff, whatever the case may be. And anybody that I come across just in at work or that I might shoot the shit with on the street, I try to put them on, and they're always amazed at the wonderful things that you guys are doing out there, and that we just kind of reposting and bringing shining some light on. So yeah, shout out to King B Cooper, whose picture right here. I was talking about this picture last week, and made me want to go and purchase that Iron Fist figure. And shout out to Rectangular, who put me onto a site that had it selling last week, actually. Too.
Hell yeah, you got it.
No doubt. The
best compliment. Really.
How's the articulation on that thing?
Oh no, I don't have it yet. I don't have it in hand.
Oh well, Fabio, how's the articulation on that thing?
It's good. I would only be careful with the elbows, because they made the fabric real tight on the elbows. So when you go ahead and like bend it, sometimes like the vinyl pieces between like the forearm and the bicep will kind of stick to itself. So I'd say like, you got to kind of, instead of like bunching it up, you have to like stretch it so that you can like fully bend it without the two pieces sticking too much.
You know, it's funny that you say that.
Pinching it right there in that picture, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, in the picture, that elbow is tight as fuck. What the hell?
Right. Yeah, so you have to kind of pull it up a little bit to make sure that those two pieces don't really stick that much.
Man, I hope they do a Luke Cage, and I hope he's larger than the average figure, you know?
Yeah, on that Bluto body, right?
Oh,
yeah. That would be crazy. That'd be crazy. Not on that particular body, though. That's not really Luke Cage's shape, but yeah, something larger though, for sure. Something larger, for sure.
Just the idea of having like a really good Marvel Knights team like this is pretty appealing.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah,
And I mean, I've got everybody here except Iron Fist. So yeah, this shit looks very appetizing.
I mean, he can get into a high kick pose, so that's good enough, I say.
No doubt. All right, so let's get into our first topic, I guess. What we got first?
First we got NECA. So let's.
They had a pretty good week. I mean, we saw the Gargoyles figure, right? That was a big deal. But not long after that, and I think like the day after our podcast, they went ahead and revealed some mutant Nazi figures from American Werewolf in London.
Hell yeah.
I've never seen that film.
Neither have I.
Neither, dude. But it's a great army builder. I mean, if you just want like dudes in Nazi uniforms for your Captain America to beat up, I mean, you could pop some other heads on this. But even so, buying 4 of these guys for to display each of the 4 different heads like you see in the base image here, I mean, that's a pretty solid little like mutant army right there.
Hell yeah.
Now, I also have not seen the film, so I don't know the context of these mutant Nazis, but I mean, they look good.
You know what I want to know? Like there's definitely no way this can be in Walmart and Target, right? Like Walmart and Target don't want something that on the box says mutant Nazis.
Right.
Off their store, right?
No, they're officially called Nightmare Demons.
Brother.
Nightmare Demons.
Right.
In the fucking Nazi uniforms.
Yeah.
I don't know if I saw this flick either. I mean, I kind of saw it, but I don't know. I don't know if I sat all the way through it. I'm not a big horror fan anyway, so it's like, I don't know.
I'm not. I'm married to one, but I'm not.
Okay, let's get Becca on the mic and get her thoughts real quick.
I know, right? Let's go.
Becca, here coming up, our special guest tonight is Poncho's beloved wife, Becca.
Oh no!
Fresh from Colorado, it's Becca.
And I guess Christopher Miller's right. I mean, I guess you would need a 7-inch Captain America for these, but so never mind that. But I'm sure you can find some other 7-inch figures for that need Nazis to beat up.
There's nothing like a Ninja Turtle beating up a Nazi.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I guess the uniform is like generic enough where it doesn't have to be specifically a Nazi. But
whoa, you're prejudiced, and this starts beating them up.
Yeah.
Nah, man.
Yeah, I mean they're cool. If nothing else, these are great monster heads, But I really, I cannot speak to the context in the film, so I hope someone in the chat can educate us. A.C.B.A. is missing out. It is a horror comedy. It's I know its status in like cult film, but I've never really been a big horror guy. I like the the big guys, you know, the Freddys and the Jasons and the Leatherfaces, but I'm not, let's say, specifically a horror fan.
Yeah, I always let people down when they're like, "Do you like horror movies?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I love horror movies." And then they'll be like, "Oh yeah, have you seen like the dead corpses of the cabin?" And like, "No, what? No, I like
Right.
like Myers."
All right,
I
okay.
was like, how about Freddy? And then they always
You already know what's going to happen with these, though. People just going to pop these heads off and.
I got oh sorry,
Dude.
I got Becca on the mic.
Oh, okay.
Becca, these are
All right. Let's hear it.
these are. Do you recognize these figures, Rebecca?
Yes.
What are they from?
From American Werewolf.
Oh my god, she spotted those Nazi mutants from a mile away, brother.
What do you think? What do you think, Becca? Would you pay top dollar for these guys? Yes or no? Yay,
I
nay.
mean, this is probably like the only. Yeah, I'd be all for it.
Oh yeah. So if I came home with a whole army builder of these, what would you say?
Excuse me?
All right. It's been great having you on, Becca. I love you. I'll see you.
Keep them humble, Becca.
What's going on here? We got a house full of Nazis.
I mean, there's no doubt that people who are a fan of this property are definitely excited for this. So I'm happy for them. I'm glad that this is getting a spotlight for sure. Great accessories as well.
Yeah, for sure. The sculpt is really nice. I was off mic for a second. Were you guys talk? Let's. You guys want to talk controversy with these? Let's go.
Is there any controversy?
So there.
Can you ask? Is Becca still right there though? Did these dudes have the actual like Nazi emblem on their uniform in the movie?
She is not here, but I can look it up.
Okay.
Yeah, look. Yeah, like I'm honestly shocked. Like I would be surprised if like not even a little bit comes out of this. Like if they do have like in the movie like a Nazi logo and it's just not featured here, like I would wonder if somebody's gonna say some shit.
Right. I mean, if nothing else, this is a really good, Hugo Boss suit because that is who made those uniforms back in the day.
I mean, it could be just a good like World War II like regular soldier, like you know what I'm saying. So yeah, you just pop these heads off and put a human head on.
Right.
Yep. You got some
The accessories are great. You get some knives. You get a Uzi. You get a
Yep.
God, I don't know guns, but you get some Nazi weapons.
According to these screens I'm looking at, there's no insignia on these guys.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a Uzi and a Mac-10, and I don't know what the other one is.
This is like it's one of the with the handle on the side. It's like a MP44 or something like that. If I remember Call of Duty World at War.
So I was going to say, I remember a couple of weeks ago, there's a thread in PNP, shout out PNP holding it down, about like actual 1/12 scale, like third party, like Nazi figures. And that caused like a big rift in that thread. You guys remember that?
Yeah.
A lot of people had stuff to say about like, one side is very, very passionate about like, I'm not having any sorts of Nazi imagery in 1/12 scale. Like that's fucked up. And then other people are all like, well, like Steve Rogers like beats up Hitler all the time. Like maybe I want my Steve Rogers like punching a little Hitler.
Right.
And
right.
So like, yeah, where's the line? Like when is it okay to get these? Like, of course, like I'm sure that the large majority, I don't know, a lot of weirdos out there, would not want one of these figures to be all like, oh fuck, I gotta have one of these figures. But I'm sure they're all for like in canon purposes of like of them playing very, fuck.
And if we're speaking like of 1/6 scale too, like there's tons of like straight up World War II action figure collectors who like want a sizable like Nazi army or whatever. But I mean,
for sure,
if you straight up have like a Reichstag display in your collection, I mean that's a little much.
Yeah,
if you have the equivalent of like Doctor Doom and his Doom bots, but it's a Nazi throne and all these Nazis. Okay, maybe it's a little weird. Maybe that goes beyond just
very true.
In America to build
that was like another thing. Like I remember I was talking to a couple of guys in the Discord about it. Like, there's tons like, Marvel comics are like a reflection of like our own world. So like there's tons of like people in comic book like culture and tons of like imagery like that they're not Nazis, but these guys are fucking Nazis. So like, what's the line between like owning those figures and being stoked about those? For like, obviously the line is like Nazis are real people and duh, no shit, rhetorical question, but so it was just interesting to bring up, and it was a cool, not cool, but like it was a very pertinent to what this is about.
When are these slated to release?
These are slated for August. August, $30. These are ultimates. So.
Oh my God, that's International Nazi Month.
Well, NECA's very, very timely with their reveals, which is why they had a very, very exclusive reveal/drop on April 1st of all days. They had everybody rushing to the hottest pre-order site in the game, eBay. If you wanted your chance at these Turtles in Disguise 4-pack, the time has come and gone. I apologize.
I'm confused. What?
It'd be funny. Like, I know this is an April Fool's joke for sure, but like with the way they've been going on like Loot Crate with all that like advertisement on like displaying that like, hey man, these are going for like $350 on eBay, but like it like tiptoes the line between like, guys, fucking for real.
Right. There you go.
Stupid.
Just going through No, but really, this was it's just a joke. Like NECA, no, they're playing into it. This was just a goof, if you will. They were having us on.
Yeah, true.
They were for our friends.
They were having a laugh.
Taking the piss.
They were taking the piss. They were having a laugh. Yeah.
Right, you having a laugh?
Oh my
They were
God.
A laugh. Huh?
They were indeed having a laugh. I mean, if you zoomed in, if everything else wasn't indicative enough, you zoom in, it says April Fool's Edition right here.
Yeah, but I mean, like, how considering like half of these turtle sets really feel like they're limited to 1,000 pieces. Whenever you're looking for these things, like, come on, man.
Well, I guess the joke is marked then, for sure.
It's not. The irony is not lost on NECA.
Very true.
So that's cool. They're planning to do it. But getting into a real reveal, also Turtles related, dropped on hashtag Turtle Tuesday.
Let's go.
We get a look at Splinter's master from the flashback sequence in the first TMNT.
That's it. What a
Which
beautiful
we
reuse of
kind of
parts.
know is going to be in a 2-pack with Oroku Saki pre-shredder.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously a little bit of reuse here. I think the lower legs are new because it doesn't have the shin guards or the boots. It has the open cuff pant leg.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, this is cool, man.
Yeah, very.
All jointed elbows. This looks good.
Does look good for sure.
When is Mortal Kombat due?
They got.
They moved it back a week, right?
Yeah,
or 2 weeks.
they moved it back a week. All right.
Yeah. So it was supposed to be the 16th, but now it's the week after.
I think they just wanted to give Kong and Godzilla more time.
Right. Yeah, and we'll get there because I think it does demand more time.
Yeah, it does. It was the right call.
But they've been kind of slowly teasing, revealing stuff for this set. First, they showed just a shadowy image of Oroku Saki, and then they showed the little baby Splinter that you see in the cage here, next to the dead master. So this is cool. They've been kind of trickling this out. I don't know if most people would consider this a super essential character for their movie TMNT, but it is cool that we're getting it. They are going deep. I think they're trying to at least get the licenses that they can, or the likenesses that they can from the actors, because famously the guy who plays one of the goons in the movie, I forget his name exactly. I'm clearly the biggest TMNT fan.
He's the biggest TMNT fan.
I forget what the name of the one goon with the mustache or whatever is called, but they have reached out for years to try to get his likeness, and he's just.
Oh, you mean Shredder's right hand man?
Right.
Dude?
Right. I forget his name. Yeah. So they've been trying with him, and it's gone nowhere for years. Literally, just ghosted. And this is cool that we're getting this character. They're doing who they can, so that's great.
Why don't they just pull a Casey Jones? Huh?
Does he ever wear any kind of face covering? I don't know.
Nah, not that I remember.
Hey, you could force it. You could force that shit. Like, yes, this is a special tactical mask. Don't take it off. Special surprise.
Don't take
it. And like, you know, with Mezco to a certain extent, I'm sure they have the sculpts already. They're just not allowed to release it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, we're still technically waiting for unmasked Casey Jones because they did get that likeness eventually, thanks to the actress who played April O'Neil. You know, she kind of was able to facilitate, you know, and get his likeness as well after, you know, she's been like famously documenting the whole action figure creation of her process. So, you know, this is cool. Yeah. I mean, it's cool. If nothing else, it's great, you know, old school shirtless ninja dude, samurai guy.
Yes.
Sorry, I said that.
That's a good accessory. It's a good accessory at the very least.
For sure.
Absolutely. Noni M hit us with $2. He said, restore the A.C.B.A. NECA Discord channel and the Snyderverse.
Okay, I'm not into that drama.
Yeah, you know, hey, you know what? What the hell? Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. You know what? It took less goading than Warner Brothers to make the movie. So yeah, let's do it.
You know what? I'm gonna do it.
Thank you for the donation too.
Absolutely. You know what?
We had another one before that.
Sucks.
Whoops, wrong one.
Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
I'm about to do it right now. Oh shit! I'm about to do it right now. You'll get your precious NECA channel back.
All right.
You'll get your precious little NECA.
Well, I mean, they earned it. They earned it.
Yeah, absolutely.
They've been definitely.
Yeah, they've been killing it, man.
I think we consolidated the NECA channel. I know it popped up during like a toy fair. I remember I made the channel during a toy fair just so everything wasn't like cluttered with like news and reveals and stuff like that. And then I think after like kind of a slow year, we consolidated that into like general domestic or something.
Right.
But your hashtags worked. Let's do it.
And as far as April, real quick, speaking on her, it's heavily rumored that the reveal / drop for the movie April will be this month because it's April.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah, so that should be coming soon, if not a pre-order, you know, then definitely just the reveal of it altogether.
Restore the NECA cut.
All right, I think that's it for NECA. They had a pretty solid little offering this week. Obviously, everybody. I guess the last thing to mention is that the Goliath pre-order ended yesterday. So. You know,
oh fuck! Oh, okay.
Hey, it's Rick. What's up, man?
I accidentally exited out.
How's it going, Rick?
Hey, come on, I'm back. Don't worry, guys. I know you guys were freaking out there for a second, but I'm here.
Yeah. Next up is Hasbro.
Let's get a little Hasbro action going. Let's get a little Hasbro action going.
Let's get Hazzy with it.
Oh, you know
where do we want to begin with Hasbro? Well, first of all, we know that FanFest is coming up next week. This coming week, Friday, April 9th, they're going to have a pretty extensive event called Hasbro Pulse Fan Fest, and they have already reached out to quite a few different fans of the brand and influencers, and influencers and what have you, myself included.
Cool.
And they have some pretty cool things, I guess, planned out, and some NDAs and shit that you had to sign.
Incredible.
and not really an NDA, but a confidentiality agreement.
Mm-hmm.
And so I will actually be participating in at some level with FanFest next week as a fan, I guess, but also as in my media capacity as well. I should be able to sit down with the Hasbro team, not that weekend, but the next week, I guess, within the next week, the 12th or the 13th, whatever day that is. I'm trying to finalize a day to sit down and actually interview the crew after all of these reveals at FanFest. So yeah, FanFest is coming up, but this past week, what'd you have up there, Fabio? What they show this past week? What did they
Right.
actually give us that was legit before we get into the other stuff?
And just real quick before we move on to that, I wanted to address one of the super chats we got from the bastard Pac Photos.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
All right.
He says, I'm reading it because I'm gonna segue into something he sent me. He says, "What's up, Boog? Pouring one out for the old intro. Looking forward to hearing the new one, bro."
No doubt, no doubt. I'm ready. Yeah, this week I should be recording my new intro. I got all the lyrics and everything situated, and I'm really excited about this. I want to kill like 3 birds with one stone. While I do that, I want to record this the audio and I guess a little visual for the channel intro, like the video that you would see on the channel when you come to my channel, basically as well. And also get maybe a little video for some sort of video for the actual intro song as well. I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. But the most important thing is that I do want to record the new intro this week, and then I want to let P just do his magic as far as those other things I mentioned goes. But yeah, back on track with thanks for the donation, brother. And back on track with Hasbro. So they showed.
Wait, one more thing. I was reading his super chat because he's always in my DMs asking me if I got the latest Mezco pre-order. Answer is usually, but he also made this and he sent it, and I thought it was amazing.
Yes.
It encapsulates my thoughts on it.
Oh no.
Give us that necklace,
bitch.
Even the articulation on Todd right there is kind of weird on the first picture, huh?
It's as much articulation as the actual neck on the spawn. So
basically.
Good stuff. Thank you, Pac. Appreciate you, brother.
Hell yeah.
Amazing. My Wolverine meme inspired him. We'll get to that in the Mezco segment, though.
No doubt. Oh, was that this past week that they?
It's been a long week, but yeah,
it has been a long week. Damn.
Oh, okay. All right. So we guys, that we have been keeping up with the Falcon and Winter Soldier show. As far as the episodes go, man, I got some shit to say about this week's episode. But anyway, so yeah, they did unveil the John Walker Captain America here, which is a single packed figure here. I'm not sure if this is part of any wave or what the deal was. Did this go for pre-order? I believe it did.
It's been revealed as a Walmart exclusive, and pre-orders are already live.
Yeah, that's about the most American thing I've ever heard in my life.
Basically,
it's a win for the Walton family.
It's not much more American than Walmart, right? So yeah, this actually looks okay. It looks like it's based on maybe the stealth Captain America body or something. Maybe they use some of those parts.
It could be just similar enough that they have some reuse, like maybe the boots. But overall, yeah, I think it's basically new.
Grooving.
It looks like a pretty solid scope here, and it looks like they nailed the head scope. That chin is crazy.
Ears. He's got those ears for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. So it looks like they nailed the head scope. Oftentimes with their movie or MCU figures or what have you, they usually do something unique, and they often do something better than they do with some of the comic-based figures sometimes too. He's got a holster there on his right thigh, but no gun, huh?
Yeah, that's something definitely in question because he has a trigger finger hand, if you see here.
Mm-hmm.
It's unclear whether that gun will actually come out of the holster, though.
Yeah, it looks like they have toned down the gunplay in the show altogether. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
he definitely uses a gun on that, like the truck sequence, but
he just comes out blasting for sure.
Right.
I mean, he is the soldier, and the U.S. agent from comics definitely was into the gunplay as well. In fact, if I remember correctly, that was like a point of contention between him and Captain America. Oftentimes, was that he was with the gunplay, and Captain America was like, nah, which is weird because Captain America is a soldier as well. So know,
and Cap definitely used a gun in the MCU in like the first Captain America movie.
Yeah, definitely.
I remember watching. I remember watching Avengers, and it was a scene where like he was just at the helicarrier, and like Iron Man was like gonna start up the propeller again, and I remember like he picked up that AK and was just fucking blasting dudes, and I was like, oh shit, that's right, he uses a gun.
Word.
Go ahead, Boog. My bad.
My eyes did kind of light up at that scene too. Like, oh, this is real. This is great.
That's what I thought. I was like, whoa, this got pretty real, pretty fast, huh?
But yeah, this looks pretty good. This looks decent. I saw quite a bit of excitement about this. Yeah, this is looking like it's based on Stealth Captain America. Maybe I gotta look at it.
Definitely have that same proportion and like that weird like kind of covering to the boot.
Yeah.
This is this the first action figure movie prop from Marvel?
That's what I was gonna say. You pointed that out, Rick, right, in our group chat. This was the figure that.
I guess I can pull up the image, but if you remember it, like
it was somebody in the Marvel Legends community has the screenshot. It's the exact same figure. It's not like based on it. It's literally that one. The package is exactly the same. It says Marvel Legends on it. Like it's exactly the same.
What? No way.
Nah, I don't think it's the same.
Yeah,
well, I mean, this package doesn't say Marvel Legends, but whatever this package says, it says the same thing.
It's the same. It's the same
Falcon
window.
Winter Soldier.
I remember.
I would say if we're going by the way that these things work, I would say it's something that because this show was filmed forever ago and it was only released this year because of COVID, but everything got delayed. I would say it's the assets and the package and the art and all that stuff is shit that the art department for the TV show came up with and then gave those assets to Hasbro to then recreate for this packaging. Because if you look at the, I'm trying to find the picture, but the actual package in the show says literally 6 scale figure on the bottom.
Really? Yeah.
When I saw it on the show, it looked like when I saw it on the show, I thought that the figure looked large. Yeah, it looked larger than 6 inches to me. I don't know.
Right.
Oh, there we go.
This is a fucking blurry photo, but 6 scale figure right here.
That's true.
And under Captain America, it doesn't say John F. Walker. Like the assets are definitely the same. Don't get me wrong. But
yeah,
it's the sticker.
It's a replication. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely something. The Hasbro team has had this footage and these assets for well over a year now. I'm sure it's all done.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's I'm hesitant to say it's the exact same figure.
No, it's literally the one he holds in his hands, the exact same one. It was taken for the. I'm just fucking.
Yeah, I mean, even looking at it here,
it's a nice little callback, though. I like that. It's cool. It makes it a cool collectible. It really does add a little something to it. So yeah, there was that. They revealed that went up for pre-order, like you said, on Walmart, and then they also revealed 2 more pre-orders, or they revealed this figure, which is Webman, which I wasn't even actually aware of. I had to go and look this up, but this is something directly from the comic books and is accurate to something that happened like back in the 70s or something like that, where Dr. Doom created like this twin machine is what they were calling it, and this I guess was the evil sort of like Spider-Man. Classic. And him and Spider-Man faced off in the comic book. So this was the color scheme. This is accurate to something that happened in the comic books. It's a little out there, but hey, it is what it is.
And as I learned, I think in the Whoosh or one of the news recap shows on YouTube, they were saying that he actually fights 2 of them in the comics. So really, you could double up on this one, or it could be
you could double up on it. I saw a lot of people commenting on the fact that this particular figure came with the open hand sculpt, and they didn't even give us that on the retro carded comic accurate Spider-Man. They didn't give us the open hands, so a lot of people were kind of upset about that.
And they didn't fix the pegs on this one either. It doesn't have the pinless joints, which everybody wanted them to fix on this particular Spider-Man body, so that you don't have the blue peg on the inside of the red arm like here.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of a monkey's paw
But
situation.
I mean, just the scope alone, it looks good. It looks good. I guess it'll be cool to recreate that with your Doctor Doom and your retro Spider-Man and this Spider-Man here. So I guess that would be cool. So this went up for pre-order on Hasbro Pulse. Oh, I forgot to mention that they had launched the John Walker Captain America in the UK first, and then it went out to Walmart and whatever the other retailers here on the US side. But it popped up on Forbidden Planet UK first, and then on Hasbro Pulse UK, and then fanned out to everywhere else. But this went up directly on the US side, I guess, first. And then they also put Deadpool back up for pre-order. This was out some months back, or I don't know if it was officially out or if it was out for a hot minute and everybody bought it or what, but I was able to get one months back. Somebody got it for me. I forget who it was, but shout out to you. But yeah, this is your sort of comic-based Deadpool that you would put up against your 90s X-Force team. This is before Deadpool was like the Deadpool that most of you young people know of, his kind of quirky, outlandish self. He was more just a cool sort of assassin. Like, he wasn't real nutty. He was a little crazy, I guess, but not like nutty. Anyway, yeah, this looks pretty good. It's a great sculpt for Deadpool. Obviously, a great use of this Sunfire buck. I think this is. And yeah, this looks good. He's got the twin little whatever those are. I don't know. The handgun there looks like it's
yes, the twins.
the twins.
This looks like the most direct one-to-one to like the Toy Biz Deadpool in terms of the weapons and the accessories and the katanas and all that.
Yep, I think the only thing that's incorrect is the strap itself, but I'm sure Hasbro doesn't want to fucking make a new strap. They're like, fuck this.
Yeah, I think the strap is not accurate to the comic. Yeah, I believe so too. Let me see if I can pull up
get the strap,
because that was X-Force number.
Get the strap, you said.
I think it was X-Force number 11 or 10 or 11 where he went and beat the dog shit out of Domino. I think it was issue 10 maybe. But yeah, the strap is not.
And these are both scheduled for this fall.
Yes. As a matter of fact, I don't think he even had the strap at first in the comic.
No, I don't think so.
No, I think
it was one of those 90s things where like, yes, he's putting his swords away, but into what? Like,
right.
Yeah, it's like one of those things. Yeah, I thought this thing was a GameStop exclusive because that's where I'd always see it. I don't know if Poncho, the
maybe that's where it was first.
Founder of GameStop, can tell you. But.
Maybe that's where it was
classified.
first. Yeah.
So okay, I see Boog has sent me something, but let's see what it is.
It's a nude photo. Don't open it.
I'm trying to make sure it's not some Foos Gone Wild link.
Oh, now you're talking. Now you really got to open it.
But this is definitely your 90s Deadpool to own. It comes on a kind of retro card and then a white shipper box. There we go. There's
just about
Deadpool from the comics back in the day. So they look very similar. They really tried to nail the paint scheme, I guess, here. So this looks really good in my opinion. And that was that. So they introduced those two things. And then I guess something happened that they probably were not happy about. And we saw some leaked images. Do we have any pictures of that stuff?
What was the other one? I don't know how I remember for that.
Yeah, we saw some leaked images. Check out Todd's Instagram.
Okay. Oh, okay, these.
Hey, are you talking about Rectangular?
Whoa, yeah, I don't know who this Todd guy is.
Excuse me.
I never heard of this.
I forgot we're supposed to use code names in the field. Excuse me.
I never heard of no.
Nom de guerre.
What a guy. Shout out to Todd.
But yeah. Shout out to Todd. Shout out to Rectangular. But these leaked, and so we actually were made aware that we are about to get a Mr. Hyde Build-A-Figure, and this was actually one of the characters that I was looking forward to the most in 2021. This was on my list of Build-A-Figures or deluxe figures I'd like to see in 2021. Kind of an odd wave where you get, this is basically like the Shang-Chi wave, but you do get this one comic-based character in the Iron Man, Ghost Iron Man or whatever, the AI Iron Man, which we knew was coming.
And there's a great second chance at the 80th anniversary Iron Man, but in more like, bright comic colors.
Exactly. So that's cool. You get those, looks like you get those same effects that we've been getting with Iron Man for a while too. And then the Contest of Champions Captain America. This is from the video game.
Whoa. This is Civil Warrior.
Civil Warrior.
Is that the Civil Warrior?
Civil Warrior. We knew this was coming as well. So this.
What's so civil about Warriors anyway?
And then every other figure in the wave are from the Shang-Chi movie. So this is Ying Ling. Is that how you pronounce that?
Jialing, I think.
Jialing?
Jialing.
Okay. This looks cool. Looks like a nice, I guess she will be the heroine of the movie, the main heroine of the movie, maybe. I don't really know. And then we have, who's this?
Wen Wu.
Not who. When.
Yeah, Wen Wu. Looks like we got some additional bear hand sculpts that you might want to use
Hell
there.
yeah.
So cool.
Yeah, this is cool. Some cool weapons. I like the costume design of this movie. I mean, from what we've seen so far, this is cool.
Yeah.
And
I'm digging the Jia Ling outfit too. Again, this is you could definitely make this work for some just some female martial artists.
Yeah, she's got a lot of hands. Look at that.
Yeah, look at that.
MCU also gets like the newest sculpts and some of the best face sculpt treatment and everything.
Sure. And then we have Death Dealer, which
how you pronounce that?
Huh?
Is that how you pronounce that?
Which I'm sure.
I think it's pronounced Diath DLA. It's French. He's a French ninja.
That's his non-big wear.
The Death Dealer is actually a comic character, if I'm not mistaken.
So he's got throwing knives attached to the hand, so that's cool. He's got like a knife throwing effect.
Yeah, we've seen that before with a couple characters, if I'm not mistaken. But the knives are different here. We've seen this sort of thing with Bullseye before. But yeah, the Death Dealer character is definitely something from the comic books. Obviously a little different for the movie here, but I could definitely see people just army building this dude for whatever reason. But he looks cool. It's a cool design. And then we have Shang-Chi, the man himself, the main character of the movie. Some more bare hand sculpts here too, so that's cool.
There he is.
I don't know how I feel about this particular sculpt right here, though. I don't know. The head sculpt looks like it might be really nice, but who knows? These are really blurry images. We don't really know what's going on here, but so there's that, and that's it, right? 6 figures in a wave to complete the bath.
That's it.
Yeah, that really
a cool. Sorry, go ahead, Rick.
I said this really sucks. I was hoping for a hand ninja in this wave. Do it again, like obviously make it a little different. Spice it up. Put a little spice in there.
Spice it up a little bit, yeah. That would have been cool, but obviously, fuck is this guy's name? The Build-A-Figure, Mr. Hyde. Yeah, obviously, Mr. Hyde is going to be based on the Gamerverse Gray Hulk body.
The arms and legs for sure.
Looks like they just changed it up a little bit, changed up the way his jacket looked, given the bow tie and a brand new head sculpt. So yeah, that's cool. That's a good reuse. It's on brand. It makes sense there. Another way to give you another pretty important bad guy that has crossed paths with Daredevil, Spider-Man. It's a He's been a part of the Thunderbolts. You know, he's had a pretty extensive history in the comic book, so not bad. But I 99% sure that this is probably something that Hasbro wanted to reveal at FanFest. So, you know, unfortunate that it's that it leaked here, but it
also
is
on brand. So I'm sure we'll get some great comments from Ryan Ting being like, I know you guys have seen this, but here it is.
Pretend like you didn't.
Dude, that head sculpt for Mr. Hyde is gorgeous. That thing looks
it looks
mean
good.
as fuck.
Looks very good.
And this Civil Warrior is also based on the the Hydra cap from last year.
Yep.
Exactly.
The Civil Warrior.
Right.
I wonder if somebody had asked me if I thought the hat would be removable for Mr. Hyde. Unfortunately, I doubt that, but it looks like, you know, with any hat or helmet with the right amount of heat, you'll probably be able to pull it off, you know?
For sure.
Who knows what's happening under there? It might just be totally bald. But it is what it is. So yeah, this should be a big week for Marvel Legends, for Hasbro in general, because FanFest is not just about Marvel Legends. Obviously, they will be showing us reveals for all of their major lines. So it'll be a pretty big day, all day Friday, April 9th. And I think that's it for Hasbro, right?
Yeah, before we go, let's Tech That Customs hit us with 5. He said, ironic there's a character called Hyde in a rectangular leaked wave. Hilarious.
Oh shit.
He also hit us with 5 earlier. He said, meet the new Deadpool, same as the old Deadpool. Exactly.
Yep.
No doubt. No doubt. Thank you.
And then let's see. Staying,
and he's hitting us with euros too. So
That's
that conversion rate is gonna be,
I know.
woo, yeah.
That's it.
Thank you.
Kevin Johnson hit us with $5 burger dollars, just regular old burger dollars. Thank you.
And I actually meant pounds. Sorry, British pounds. Don't come at me. British pound.
He said, big ups to the entire A.C.B.A. squad. He said, favorite BAF figure. Also, do you like them or do you think companies need to stop, like Falcon, Hyde, Joker Bot? I thought pretty interesting, considering that's what we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
Wait, I didn't quite hear that. What was the question?
He just said, what's your favorite BAF figure? Do you like them or do you think companies need to stop doing Build-A-Figures?
Oh no, I think Build-A-Figure is a excellent incentive.
Yes,
you know?
I think so too.
If anything, I think that they're not done enough.
Ooh.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. You buy in, it's your bonus figure, and it's a way for them to rope you in. It's a win for them. It's a win for you. You know.
I mean, if the alternative was just more deluxe figures, then I think you would see. I don't know. I don't think those deluxe figures would quite sell as much. I don't think anyone wants a single deluxe Mr. Hyde, but if you're, rewarding completionists with an extra comic figure, I think that makes sense.
Well,
right. Yeah, it makes more sense that way. But it depends on the character as far as the deluxe doing well. Like you said, a deluxe Mr. Hyde probably wouldn't ring off. Obviously, for us like purists who really just want comic-based characters and stuff like that, and to kind of like bolster your Marvel universe, then it would be appealing for us. But Mr. Hyde makes way more sense as a Build-A-Figure, especially with the characters in this wave, because you could easily pick and choose here. Obviously Iron Man's going to be pretty popular in this wave, and if you want to build Hyde, then you're going to get all of those other MCU characters at least once. So it is what it is.
And he also asked what our favorite BAFs are.
That's an interesting question.
Oh, I always say my favorite BAF of all time is the Toy Biz Giant Man.
Yeah, that's GOAT status for sure.
For sure.
I say Galactus, because the Toy Biz Galactus, because that was the first one that I completed. And obviously it's been dwarfed by other Galacti since, but it's still great. It holds up, man. If you have it,
it's got a sweet spot. Yeah, it is still a very nicely crafted, nice looking figure that works very well for perspective shots, or if you get like a little Hero Clicks surfer or something like that. Again, like perspective shit. It's a really nice one. You know what? The Gamerverse Abomination is one of their best Build-A-Figures ever. I think it's a really, really nice figure. It's just that it's Gameverse Abomination and not the comic-based version that most of us want, even though we've already had two kind of like comic-based Abominations for Marvel Legends. One that was a bath and one that was included in that Raft box set, but they both are very small in comparison to the Hulks that they've been putting out. So
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, I guess we'll learn more about this wave this week, and that will be it for everything Hasbro from this past week.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
I will say my favorite bath is probably Spider, that mech spider robot.
Ooh,
I really like that one.
bold choice.
But I really like that design. Like, I think it's really cool. And to piggyback what you were saying, Fabio, about like, you know, it's wild to imagine Marvel Legends dropping, you know, Build-A-Figures and then just going with like a deluxe, like an additional deluxe figure.
Mhm.
But that's happened in the Dragon Stars line, the Bandai America Dragon Ball line. Like, they started off with Build-A-Figures. Their first was like a little mini Shenron that nobody gave a fuck about. And then the next was like Zamasu. Then it was a like legendary Super Saiyan Kale. And those are really cool. But then they dropped the Build-A-Figure like formula or format. And then they did give us, like, instead of a Build-A-Figure, they gave us like like just a whole new sculpt every single wave. And I think, and those are the ones that sell like out the most, and those are arguably their best ones in their own like respective waves, like Janemba, Cooler, Bardock. Just so like it's definitely a pick and choose. I think BAFs are here. Like, I love BAFs for Marvel Legends, of course.
Right.
But you know, sometimes if it just isn't working for a line, there's no shame in just switching it up. And that was definitely the right move for Dragon Stars for sure.
Yeah, I don't see Hasbro or Marvel Legends specifically ever dropping Build-A-Figure. They literally invented it. Marvel Legends created the Build-A-Figure model. So I don't see them dropping it. But there's other companies where it's you really need to spread out a Build-A-Figure over a year program exclusively to Target.
Speaking of that,
to be fair though, I don't know. I feel like I heard somewhere else before that there was some other company before Marvel Legends that did a Build-A-Figure sort of deal. I might have to.
There was a Jesse said he said the line before, but it was a Japanese toy line that created the Build-A-Figure, and he copied it from them.
Got it.
He remembers what it is, and he said it before, but I can't remember off the top of my head.
I know reading the headlines again and not the article, but let me correct it and say that they created the BAF model for the American toy market.
Yeah, for the Western market, nobody did it before Toy Biz.
Mm-hmm.
And my favorite is probably
question to ask the Hasbro crew. What would you say your favorite was, Rick?
I said my favorite has to be Pit. That's ridiculous. That thing is ridiculous.
Man, that thing goes for money too. That is a huge BAF.
I actually sold mine not too long ago. Well, actually, I guess it was a few years now, maybe like 2 or 3 years now. But yeah, the Legendary Comic Book Heroes Pit is a very, very nice figure, and so was Monkey Man. Actually, that was like.
Yeah.
Well, Monkey Man is my most underrated BAF of all time.
You know what? A lot of Marvel Legends collectors joke that was like wave 15 of Marvel Legends. That was it. After those two, the Monkey Man and Pit waves dropped. That was it.
That was the end of Toy Biz. Yeah, that was their last kind of lines before they, after they dropped the Marvel license, before they dissolved altogether.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
I still have some of those figures. So I still have some of the single carded figures from those two waves, but I don't have either Build-A-Figure anymore. What were you gonna say, Pete?
I was gonna say an interesting thing happening in like the Build-A-Figure space now that we're kind of on the topic. Have you guys seen those things? We talked about it earlier when we were talking about a 1/6 scale vehicle, but it's like a magazine or like a program where they'll send you a piece to build this thing over like every month, and it's like over the span of a year you build something.
Oh yeah, we did talk about that.
Yeah, I think that's pretty interesting. They recently, there's like, maybe it's like a Korean publication or something, but they're doing like a huge version of the Mighty Morphin Power Ranger Megazord. It's like an upscaled like solo Chogokin. It's the exact same sculpt, but it's just like upscaled, and that's going to take like a year to build. And it's like, it's huge, and it's like a ton of parts. So it's interesting to see where the Build-A-Figure like space will go and where it's headed, and different models and stuff like that. There's definitely different ways to incorporate it. Before
and as always, the chat has to correct us a little bit. You know, Daniel Cervantes, he says the first American Build-A-Figure, and I do remember this now, was actually a McDonald's toy of Inspector Gadget, where you collect all the McDonald's toys and you build a giant Inspector Gadget.
That's incredible.
All right, there we go. There we go.
But I'm talking, to make my statement so correct, I'm talking about a mainstream licensed toy line, not a McDonald's toy. I guess, I mean, if you want to talk fast food burger chains, then what about when Burger King had all those Burger King Xbox games? Remember that?
Oh, of course I remember that. Sneak King, Big Bumpin', of course.
Sneak King, Big Bumpin', dude. Come on, those are sick. Those games hold up.
Truly.
I played the hell out of those, man.
Yeah, Big Bumpin' was pretty tight.
Mm-hmm.
Sneak King is very meme worthy.
Yeah.
Before we
literally the Goose Game before the Goose Game.
Yeah. Before we head over to Mezco, let's read off some of these incredible super chats. Plastic
Please.
Thunder hit us with 5. He said, always kicking it with the community here on the weekends. No cap, gonna use that unmasked cap head sculpt as a snitch. Incredible.
Yeah, Plastic Thunder, shout out. He's a good dude, man.
Yeah.
Always in my DMs.
Yeah, he's
Johnny Quick.
Yeah, he's the man. Jamichael Johnson says, yo, Poncho, check out what I send you on IG. Been waiting all week for this. Love you guys. Keep it awesome. This is the most incredible thing I've ever seen. I just sent it in the group chat. Feel free to share, Fabio.
Oh, yeah? Will do. Let's see it. Oh, boy. Here we go. I'm going to catch a little bit of hope for this. Here it is.
Yo!
One of the all-time great A.C.B.A. podcast memes.
Yeah, that's very funny.
I would straight up make this my phone background. All right, I respect.
That's it. That's it, baby.
Yo, you gotta be consistently tuning in to the podcast to get some of these callback jokes. Right? Come on.
Hell yeah,
dude. I mean, if there's anyone who could have taken over from Danny Glover, I mean, this is it.
That's gotta be your profile for like a week right now.
Oh, this is great. I'm gonna share this on my IG too, for sure.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Where did this come from? Sorry, I had to go move my car.
Oh, okay. Well, let me put this back up for you then, Rick.
Oh my god. That's incredible.
Like homegrown memes.
That's so good.
ICOC.
That's it. Tim Smith hit us with 10. He said, about to put down some incredible Hulks. And heavy. Just drop it in and show some love. Join the Discord recently and really enjoying it as well. Catch y'all on the rerun. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And then let's see. Praise White Jesus 13, incredible name. Hit us with 5. Always great to see you pop up. That's it. Good evening, gentlemen. Blessing all around. Just person Gerald, my very first McFarlane fig. What the fuck is Todd doing? No thigh swivel, atrocious.
Man, do we have a McFarlane segment this week? I don't even remember.
We don't.
Which figure was it? Which figure was it, though?
It's the Gerald, the Witcher one. Witcher 3, Gerald.
Oh, got you.
You gotta watch that Poncho too.
That figure actually looks pretty cool.
The figure does look good. Moving is another story, unfortunately.
Right.
Oh, yeah. It moves like an absolute brick.
Understood.
Hell yeah. All right, tight. Let's Fabio, it's your time to shine. Let's get into Mezco, baby.
All right, hang on, I gotta pull it up. I don't have it yet.
You know what? I was looking at, just real quick, I was looking at the hands on the Mr. High Build-A-Figure. I guess you could probably swap those out for your what do you call this guy that had the alternate head with Professor X?
Kingpin?
Shadow King. Or Kingpin. Yeah, or Kingpin.
Ooh, damn! I have a good idea. Anybody feel free to use it because we all know I'm too lazy. Is put those hands on a Hulk and have like a transforming down mode. Like, oh
Ooh,
shit, I'm
yeah,
starting
that
to
could work.
turn. My hand is turning.
Yeah, that could work for sure.
I'm serving up free game, baby. That's what's on the menu. Free games from Rick. It's me.
And real quick, also one of the super chats, the BAF question that we lingered on for a sec, that was my friend Kevin Johnson, KJ.
Hell yeah.
Who, by the way,
KJ.
I came on my stream, my first kind of like solo stream over on my channel here.
Please don't say that ever again. I just came on my solo stream.
Oh god, okay,
Come on,
great.
buddy.
Let me back it up, rewind it back. Shout out to Kevin Johnson, KJ, who joined me on my stream this past Monday. I'm going to start kind of doing Mezco Monday style streams. So if you want to pop into that, we discussed in detail the implications of the Snyder Cut and, what that could mean for the toy community and collecting in general in terms of all these companies revisiting these old properties, old meaning a couple of years and not a great movie that then had a revival. Interesting conversation. Me and KJ went on for about an hour, short and sweet, and got out of there. So go watch that on my channel. It's still up there. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you, KJ, for joining me.
Hell yeah.
What else? We got one more super chat in all of that time. Let's get through that and then get into some Mezco madness.
Let's go. You want to read it off, Fabio?
No, you go for it.
Okay. C-Boy the Great hit us with 5. He said, "Yo, fam, Godzilla versus Godzilla was legit awesome." Okay, hell yeah. Hey, stick around for the after show. We'll talk about it.
Hell yeah. I got some thoughts on it.
I got plenty of thoughts, my friend.
Hell yeah.
I got a whole week's worth of thoughts.
They're all in your DMs, aren't they?
Oh, that's true. All right, Fabio.
All right.
Let's go.
Let's get into some Mezco madness, baby. Because as always, Mezco just hit us with a tease on social media saying, "Yo, get ready, 24 hours, pre-order coming." It is the Wolverine Deluxe Steel Box Edition, which we of course first saw at the Mezco Toys Fair as just a 2-picture reveal. But now we got the full solicit, the full pre-order, all the images. And yeah,
what day was this that this dropped? Just
the 31st.
Huh?
The 31st. That was I think it was Wednesday.
Wednesday. Yes, I think you're right.
Yeah. So this is still an open pre-order. You can still go get it on your preferred retailer of choice or Mezco Direct, if you prefer that. But this looks great, man. It's a lot. It's a lot more than we were expecting. Obviously, the first thing anyone's gonna see. Whoa, 155. What are you getting for 155?
Oh, God.
There better be a second body in there.
You know what's funny is that when they first showed this, the base was in the pictures, and we all said it'd be cool if we got some type of base or some shit. But like, we kind of like acknowledged that, but like I didn't feel like any of us thought that would happen at all, though. Like,
right.
It was just like, obviously this is something that they just set up for the photo shoot,
Right.
So,
yeah, I definitely thought it at least looked like a real piece. Like it wasn't like a photoshopped like background or whatever. So there was definitely questions in the community as to whether or not it would be included or not. And right here off the bat, first picture includes defeated Sentinel base with light up features, which are, of course, photoshopped for the mock-up, the proof of concept, if you will. But scrolling through, I mean, I think the first 2 pictures we got were literally these 2 right here.
Mm-hmm.
And then continuing through, includes alternate heads to recreate the iconic first appearance look.
Nice.
That was a surprise. You get a new, regular face Logan.
Regular.
Not angry, not like crazy teeth showing, just, stoic-ass Logan.
Scowling.
Really cool. Scowling, yeah, thank you. Here's a shot of Sentinel base. You got a battle damaged head right here.
That one is incredible.
This looks, I mean, you can see the adamantium in the skull underneath it. It's crazy.
This looks very good. Yeah, that looks really cool.
The missing ear, all that stuff. Continuing on, you see another look at it here. Multiple slash effects to create a variety of options. Multiple.
Let's go.
That means more than one.
That's right. Sentinel face with removable eye. Hello.
Yeah, that's dope. I mean, the base was cool on its own already, but the fact that it comes with a removable part, that's so sick.
Mm-hmm. Another slash effects here. Screaming head. X slash effect. I mean, we'll get into the accessory spread here.
Damn, that looks Berserker Barrage.
Yeah,
huh?
I was about to say very Berserker Barrage.
What they were going for.
Totally.
Yeah.
Right. This is the ultimate apology Tiger Stripe Wolverine. If you the ultimate apology one, whether it's too hard to get, too expensive, it was an exclusive originally, it is too Mezco-fied, too realistic, whatever it is, this is like, all right, we've addressed all of that, and here it is.
Yeah.
Almost.
Two different expressions for the first appearance head. You get a scowl, you get a regular head. Here's the regular. You get an interchangeable belt buckle for the red belt, so you can just have like the buckle without the X logo, which is just like, what a detail. Here he is.
Well, yeah, you want that. You want the real quick. You want the buckle belt with the tiger stripe head, or with the the old school look. That's when you would swap out the belt, I believe. But
exactly,
I don't know that. I mean, I guess the costume is still not 100% accurate, but hey, it is what it is. Throwing in all of this extra shit is commendable, I must say.
Yeah.
And that shot with the three X-Men together looks pretty damn good, even though I hate that Cyclops. The Cyclops is so whack.
Here he is with Magento. Bone claws, come on.
Bone claws.
You guys remember Pride of the X-Men when they go, "Oh my God, the arch villain Magneto." That's the best.
Right?
Wait, are we to assume that this is the same Buck though for Wolverine?
It seems like the arms might be the same, but I think the rest of it might be. I don't know about the underbody. It could be, but obviously, like the boots and the hands are different.
Mm-hmm.
But perhaps, yeah. I guess we'll have to see when it actually comes out.
Yeah, the whole glove is different, right?
I think the forearms are new, but the biceps and the shoulders look about the same.
Because when I said almost, I just wish that he was shorter. I just wish it was a classic sort of like, little scrapper Wolverine.
Yeah.
He looks like he's about the same height as Cyclops right here. He's just crouching down.
Yeah, and he's definitely not the same height as Gambit, because Gambit's tall as fuck. But
yeah, Gambit is a tall figure for sure. A tall Mezco figure for sure. Probably, I said this last week in Plastic and Paint, but I think Gambit is probably the best X-Men that we've gotten so far.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I said it once before. It was like a funny comparison, but I want nobody's made it either. Like Hasbro's come close. Like I've always wanted a Wolverine to kind of mirror what the Krillin did for SHF. Like I don't know what it is about that Krillin, man, and that size, like being able to pull off that mobility and like how perfect it looks. Like I honestly think Krillin might be the most perfect figure they've ever made.
Let's go.
Yeah,
and I want
definitely one of their best. Definitely one of their best. Yep.
And I want something like that for a Wolverine. Like you said, they're just always too big. And like
I mean,
not like I said, I'm not gonna just down Mezco. It's everybody. Mafex, Marvel Legends. Like nobody seems to make him his right height.
Well, you know what? Marvel Legends, they did that. They did it with
they're close.
They got real close when they released the Wolverine and the Juggernaut Build-A-Figure wave. That's almost a definitive size for Wolverine with the proper articulation. I think Hasbro almost got it, but Mafex, they didn't quite do it yet.
Yeah, no.
And I don't know.
We are getting confirmation in the chat that it was said on the Infinity Equation podcast that it is a new body.
Okay. Who said that?
You can look at the chat.
I don't know how to look in the chat. I never look in the chat.
I think he's asking who confirmed that it's a new body.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Someone whose posts we're not allowed to see.
Okay. There we go. Well,
You heard it here first, people. It's a new body.
New body. So here is you also get an alternate belt as well. So here's the full accessory spread. All right, 8 interchangeable heads and a removable pulled down mask, including. I mean, to me, one of the biggest like apologies of this whole figure as well is the new Logan heads, because you're getting, you know, basically DLC for your previous Logan and Wolverine figures. You know.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, this was a must pre-order. You know me, I get
in this picture right here. In this picture right here, he looks a little shorter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely stocky, but I like, you get the interchangeable belts and an interchangeable buckle for one of the belts. You get, all these slash effects. You get open clawed hands, which is completely brand new as well. And the bone claws. I mean, this is crazy. And then on top of that, you get the post, the base. This is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot for $155.
Like if they offered this thing without the base for $100, I wouldn't buy the one that's without the base for $100. That base is
all right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, they do look good together.
Yeah, that looks very appealing.
Yeah,
for sure.
And if you don't like this Cyclops and you want a Cyclops with trunks, this yellow Tiger Stripe Wolverine still goes great with PX, Cyclops, because he's kind of in that John Byrne giant size X-Men era.
Mm-hmm.
Which would
I forgot
which
was which. This Cyclops came with the jacket, right?
Right.
And then the other one came with the unmasked head, right?
Right.
Okay, yeah. That's why I bought both of them, but I hate them both. Pretty much, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this is if this is any indication, obviously we first saw this at Toys Fair, where we also saw the redo classic Superman. I mean, if this redo of this Wolverine is any indication, then that bodes well for that Superman as well. This is cool, man. I mean,
yeah. I mean, I didn't even realize until the following week or whatever that the Christopher Reeve Superman had come with the little base. What do you call that thing?
The Fortress of Solitude. Yeah,
the Fortress of Solitude sort of little base. I didn't even realize that was part of that. So yeah, maybe it looks very promising for the comic release of Superman. That'd be really cool. Shit, maybe they'll do like some defeated Metallo base or some shit. Who knows?
Yeah, that'd be cool. And shout out to the Toy Kind of Mood folks, because I've been slowly converting them over to the Mezco world, and there's a few people that I showed this Wolverine to, and they're like, all right, there it is. That's my first Mezco right there, this Wolverine. One of my, Ronnie, whose son is literally named Logan after Wolverine, is like, yeah, this is my first Mezco right here. Cop City, as the chat is saying.
I saw that a lot. I saw that comment a lot. This is going to be my first Mezco. I saw that comment a lot. Or a lot of people who don't really collect Mezcos like that was like, all right, I got to get this one, Yeah. So, yeah, pretty interesting.
Open pre-order. I mean, it's still up. It's been up for over, almost a week now. I mean, Destro is still up. So it seems like Mezco is really kind of leaning into the pre-order model now. We got a lot more open pre-orders, but when that shit, when their in-house Rumble Society Gomez stuff is in stock, ready to ship, that's the thing that is like gonna sell out quick, not the licensed stuff quite as much.
And they're saying that this is slated for the end of this year, which probably really means January 2022. Yeah. But we can hope. But yeah, probably really like honestly, it'll probably be like February or March of 2022. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, the fact that this is like a physical prototype photos, unlike the Justice League, which has like heavily photoshopped like previously used images, kind of indicates that this is a little closer to like actual release production.
Yeah, very true.
Than any other things.
Very true.
It's probably a question of making sure that the base is fine and all that,
Yeah, real nice, man. Real nice. This is
I think one of the bigger complaints I saw is that the blue on the trunks doesn't quite match the blue on the.
It sure doesn't. That looks odd.
Yeah. So if they can nail that, that's gonna make it 100% good.
Yeah, that looks a little odd, but yeah, man, this looks promising, and I don't know what the fuck's going on with Bishop when that's supposed to come out, but
I
that
know,
looks
right?
promising. So yeah, I guess they'll continue on. I mean, who else do we? I don't know. Who else they might do? Who's
I'd love a Storm, honestly. Some
Yeah.
sweet lighting effects with her, and she's if they do like the white 90s outfit, that's probably more the style that they would go with than like the swimsuit Storm, just because of the covering.
Agree. Yeah, agree. Yeah,
That'd be cool.
That'd be cool. They're gonna do Thing, which is not really much clothing, so maybe they would do Beast as well in trunks.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd love a Professor X because if it's a suited figure, they can use any of the bodies they already have, tailor a new suit, and then just really go ham on the hover chair.
Right. Yeah, that would be $155 figure for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Panels that open up on a hover chair and light up panels or some shit like that. I could see that happening.
Maybe even like a real hover feature somehow. I don't know. That might be a bit much.
Yeah, now you're
Could
getting
you
crazy.
imagine?
Now you're getting crazy. Come on.
In the way that they have those little Iron Man desk toys where it like floats or whatever.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but nah, man, come on.
Could you imagine?
Don't give them any fucking ideas to go ahead and up the price by $50 on us right now. Come on.
Well, if it gives us a better figure, maybe it is worth the extra price.
Oh no.
You're a little blurry. You need to restart that. But yeah, man, this looks very, very good. I thought that we had the quadfecta or something here, not the trifecta, but I thought all of us pre-ordered this, but Pancho said, "Nah, I'm out." Huh?
Yeah, that's
What's up
true.
with that?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, you're not an X-Men guy, right?
Yeah. I feel like a broken record. I say this all the time every time we talk about X-Men. Not really an X-Men head. So I mean, I like it, but I don't have like the history with the cartoon and the franchise and all that stuff. So spending like
no doubt.
So no X head.
Yeah. So no X head.
So no head.
Listen, that's what makes our cast so unique and diverse. We all have our little shit that we, fanboy over and our unique fields of expertise. But when something crosses all of our paths that make us buy that one thing, then that company obviously did something phenomenal. You know what I'm saying? We almost got it here. But
oh yeah, I mean, I would buy this. Like I'd buy this for sure. But like I've like I said it in our like group chat earlier this week. Like I kind of like I got like the Boy Scout Wolverine with like the Cub Scout Wolverine with like the brown shorts. I got like Old Man Logan, and I'm like, yeah, do I really need a third Wolverine for like a character that like I don't have a lot of attachment to? But then it's also the best Wolverine out. I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
So if it was like 80, then like without a question, I would have gotten this for sure. But 150 is a little much, and I know like the incentive is a Sentinel again from a property I don't like. I'm like, yeah, this base like is super tight, but it's a base for a property I'm not really like too privy on. So I don't know. But,
yeah, I love the I love what's going to come of just the base alone. Like what I'm saying? Like again, it's just it just speaks to where the community has been moving in the past 5, 6, 7 years, 10 years or whatever, as far as like companies really doing cool and unique things for toy photographers. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, here's something, for you to put in your shots and give us free promotion and for us to keep giving you shit that you want to put in your shots, basically, It's a nice little symbiotic relationship that we got going on here. So I'm digging it. I'm loving it.
Yeah, Poncho said, wake them up when they do a Spider Slayer base.
No doubt.
Yeah, we need a Redemption Spider-Man so badly.
We do.
Was there anything else Mezco related that happened this past week? I think that was the big thing, right?
I mean, I got everybody's getting their black skulls and all that stuff. So other than stuff that's like shipping, not really. I will. Last final thought on this: you ever go back and like play a video game and it's just like not how you remember, but like it's always better in your memory, right?
Absolutely.
This to me is how I remember Series 3 Toy Biz Wolverine.
True.
You go back, it's nowhere near that good, but in your mind's eye,
not at all. But you know what? You know what it has? It has great detail, but it's just certain things that you look at it as far as like how the articulation works, especially on that torso. They was on some Todd McFarlane shit, actually. He was way too oversized. You know, there's things that like were really cool about it. And even back in those days, those Sentinel bases that they were giving us were pretty fucking nice too, you know? I still have all of those, actually. I still use them from time to time.
Oh, yeah, right. I mean, the detail on those bases was incredible.
Yeah.
And then that was kind of the Build-A-Base too, because you had the hand with Gambit, you had the chest with Magneto, you had the head with Wolverine, I think. No, the chest was with Colossus, maybe. It was cool. I like that.
You got a foot with somebody too.
Yeah, right. So I mean, this is just a torso and a bit of a hand, and then the eye. But the light up feature and all that stuff. All of this is to say, this is the most heads we've gotten with any Mezco figure. Probably, damn near
you want to fucking roll today, man.
It's
like roll today with your the most head we ever got.
Hey, Boog, I'm like you. This is all calculated, okay? I know.
First he was talking about his solo stream. Now this is the most head. Like...
Yeah, basically.
All right.
He's trying to get us into the introduction of his OnlyFans and shit. He's leading up to it. We got it.
It's coming. That's it.
It depends on the model. Some people Patreon works for them. I'm going a different route.
No doubt.
Before we move on from Mezco, Haunter Dreams hit us with 5. Thank you so much. He said the Mezco Wolverine makes me wonder what they're going to do with the re-release Superman as well. Do you think they'll go back?
Yeah.
Like, it's just really cool to see them going back and just being like, yo, we're sorry.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
You should really do that with a Spider-Man figure, please. That would
True.
be great. Like, so articulated.
Sure.
Very true.
I mean, if they do another Miles on the Far From Home, Homecoming Spider-Man body, that would be a huge improvement.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I want to see them do a kid Miles. Yeah, I want to see it be
exactly.
a smaller buck. But yeah, thank you for the donation, and I guess we'll move on from Mezco. I guess we'll hear something this week. Something should be getting ready to ship soon. Something that we've been waiting for a long time, whether it be Conan or Mr. Freeze. Something should be coming up very shortly.
I got my charge notification for the I think the Hater T-shirt or whatever that Mezco put up.
Haters?
Yeah, whatever it's called. I think it was here. Yeah, this one. I got the shipping notification or the charging notification for this.
Incredible.
Damn, they wanted 30 for the T. God damn.
And a pin.
Yeah. Enamel pin, which should be coming to the A.C.B.A. shop as well, I hope, right?
Yeah, no doubt. Getting ready. And thank you to anybody over this past week that ordered anything. Flight stands went up on Friday, sold out in about an hour, and cutouts throughout the week were selling. There are a few like discounted sample packs of cutouts out. If you bought cutouts in the past couple months, so you probably have all of these. It's a good jumping on point for somebody who never bought cutouts. It's only about $8, and you get a free die cut sticker as well. Stickers sold out this past week as well. So yeah, it was a good week for the shop, and we like I've been saying, trying to ramp up on merch. Shirts about to come back soon, and yeah, man, thank you to everybody who super chat donated and everybody who supported the brand on the shop this week. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Hell yeah. Before we move on to Figma, I just want to go back and read some of these super chats real quick. Bo Biggs, the man, the myth, hit us with 20.
Oh, hell yeah.
He said, just tuned in, better late than never. Hell yeah. Happy to have you, man.
No doubt. Thank you.
We are, for sure.
Daniel Cervantes hit us with 5. He said, Poncho with the quote of the night. I got plenty of thoughts. incredible. Thank you so much.
You don't know how high he could fly.
That's it. Ray Kincaid says, shout out to Boog for checking out my DBZ rap video. Hell yeah, dude.
No doubt. I did. That was very interesting. I got to link that in the chat, actually. That was very good.
And BXR Works hit us with 5 with 4 fist bumps. Thank you, as usual, man.
Oh, yeah. That's one for each of us, baby. There you go.
It. Let's go.
Believe in the shield.
You're fisted.
Oh, no.
I don't know how to hog tie people. That's my favorite quote.
I'm not a hog tie people. Stupid. I have Bandai on the docket. I think that's just leftover from last week. That's my bad. I don't think there's really any Bandai stuff.
There was one. I pulled it out just.
Oh shit! Yeah, you're right. Duh.
Hot off.
Come on, get it together, brother.
I know.
The Bondi drop just happened.
Yeah,
I know they had the showing for like the Tamashi like con or whatever, and they were gonna have the cooler on display, digitally, like when we all went to that con together digitally.
I do remember that. Yes.
Right.
Couldn't find the
We
bathroom.
all met up and digitally walked through it.
I'll never forget. Poncho couldn't find the bathroom.
Yeah.
No, man.
Like, yo, man, I'm gonna piss my pants, brother. And I said, Poncho, please, we're gonna find it.
Have faith.
That was literally word for word exactly how it happened.
Well, oh, for sure. Yeah, man, this is Godzilla from Biollante. Super tight. When am I correct? Right, this is from Biollante.
Yeah, this is 1989's Godzilla versus Biollante.
Hell yeah, man! This is one of my favorite Godzilla designs for sure. I really love this design. It's so cool.
This to me is like the classic Godzilla.
Oh yeah,
I think so, because it's just it's still got that guy in the suit, kitschy turn to it, but it has the benefit of being slightly more realistic as well.
Very true. Yeah, I just love this design. Very cool. I was about to have to settle for the NECA version, but here we are. Very excited.
So that's cool. That was Tamashi.
That's it. Hey, blessing in disguise that I threw this up here, or I forgot about it.
Yeah. What's up with Figma though? You said Figma?
Yeah, the pre-orders went up for Cyberpunk figures.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I brought that up.
You sure did. You sure did.
Come on, Fabio.
Hey, it's just one of those things.
That's it.
Yeah, you were getting the male version of the main character of Cyberpunk.
That's it.
Of course, if you play Cyberpunk, you don't actually have to make your character look anything like
No,
this.
you absolutely don't.
kind of the base design from the marketing.
Yeah, default skin.
Right.
Yeah, man.
Pretty cool though.
Yeah, as a figure, it's like just looks really cool. I love when like Figma does like realistic like type of people. Like all their realistic figures are like really good. Like this V is really good. Like all the Figma Goro is really nice. All their Yakuza figures are really nice. Like so it's really cool to see this. I like that they included this too. It just shows that they give a shit, It's just nice to see.
If that's where a Todd McFarlane image, there would be another after where the ball is like out here.
True. and then there'd be a checklist too. Let's not forget.
Right.
I didn't hear. This is from a video game?
Yeah, it's from Cyberpunk 2077.
Okay, all right, makes sense.
Yeah.
All
Main
right.
character.
But he makes a good, civilian figure too. Obviously, he's a little stylized, but it could work. I mean, he's got regular shoes, and I mean, really, the only kind of techie part about him is the jacket.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's true.
So he's got the mantis blade, and he's got like the arm cannon thing.
Hell yeah!
Fun fact: you cannot have both of them in the game. You have to
Absolutely
choose
not.
one.
What did you choose? Did you do either of those or no?
I went with mantis blades because I went with a agility build on my first character.
Hell yeah!
Mantis blades benefit from agility, whereas if you want like a real like melee weapon, you'd have to go into a strength build.
Yeah, I don't really. The one I'm playing through right now, I don't do melee at all because I don't have anything in
Mm.
strength. So like I have Mantis Blades right now. So
Right.
hell yeah.
What I think.
Yeah, this looks like a real cool base buck, like you said, just
Yeah.
to kind of kit bash and make a street character.
Although I will say he really should have come with 2 Mantis Blade arms because
True.
you never use just one.
Just one. Yeah.
Literally, as soon as you pull out the Mantis Blades, it's both hands.
Yeah, I wonder why that's. I wonder why not. I would imagine it's like we could do 2 Mantis Blades, or we could do a Mantis Blade and like a launcher arm. But like,
Right.
Wait, who
Same
comes with the bike too, or are they just showing that for some separate purchase?
well, it's
I
just,
think it's a separate purchase.
it's separate. Yeah.
Unless there's a deluxe version that comes with it, but I think it's separate.
Every pre-order I've seen they're separate. So
Okay.
who knows? But the bike is like, this bike is so nice. I love the design for this bike. It's so cool.
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
like,
that looks real nice.
I know like a big trend right now on Instagram is like everybody customizing their own bikes and stuff. So like this is like perfect timing.
Mm-hmm.
So
And it even comes with, and speaking of customizing, you get all these decals, all these stickers you can put on it.
absolutely.
All right, Marvel Legends did that already.
Right.
He said, "Wake them up when they do something new, brother."
And then also pending licensor approval is Johnny Silverhand if you want your Keanu Reeves from the game.
Mhm.
I thought you were gonna say something else, man.
No, I will say I was a little pissed because I ended up getting locked out of like the quote unquote secret ending of the game because I was 5% away from being the required relationship level with Johnny Silverhand to unlock the ending, and it's because one of the key moments I chose just one of the wrong dialogue options, and if I had chosen the right one, I would have gotten that extra 5%.
Tell me, is Keanu Reeves' character the villain in this?
No.
Kinda.
Just
At first, maybe.
he's like your companion ish.
Yeah.
Like
that he's like spoiler, like trying to take over your body. Like he lives in your brain and he's an AI trying to take over your body.
Yeah, only you as a character can see him. So he's
right.
Kind of like there's really no way to explain it. Fabio said it. He's an AI that lives in your brain, only you can see him, and he's trying to take over your body slowly.
Mm-hmm.
It's a weird fucking game, Boog.
It's fun, for sure. I mean,
that's it.
Bugs aside, the game is pretty solid. Like the story and the world and all that stuff is well built. It's just buggy as hell. So don't play it on anything except PC.
Before you guys move on from this topic, let me know because you guys forgot something. But I'm gonna let you continue this.
No. Go ahead now.
All right, where do I send the link to?
The group chat.
Facebook chat.
All right, just want to make sure I don't want to send it like, hey, I'm not looking at Facebook or I didn't want to mess it up. But this is a great surprise. I don't want to spoil what it is, but we needed to talk about it because it's a huge moment in action figure history. Thank you, Max Factory, for doing this for the people. They've been asking for this for years, and it's finally happened.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
right. There it is.
Everyone's been clamoring for this.
Loading. Oh my goodness.
Everyone's been asking for this one, boys.
Oh my god.
It's about time we
Yeah.
talk about it. Leroy Thomas, the fucking trade.
There you
There
go.
he is.
Oh shit.
complete with Thomas had never seen such bullshit face.
That's true.
Yeah, look at him. He's good.
Holy
Man, this
fuck.
is
Really good.
Yo, man, shout out to Max Factory Good Smile for doing this. The people
Wow.
have been clamoring for it, and the figure's here.
That's it.
You know what that means? They gotta do the other dudes.
Oh man, yeah, we gotta get the whole squad up in
Yeah,
here, brother.
they truly do.
We do. Are you kidding me?
Look at this. This is something else, man. Hop on this pre-order while you can, because this is gonna be quite the hot commodity.
This
Look
is
at
gonna be memed to oblivion right
Oh,
now.
this is gonna be the new meme figure. For sure. This is gonna be meme to fucking death.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Even comes with his little wagon friend.
The caboose.
Yeah, this went like baby viral on Twitter, or was it on Twitter somewhere? But like, yeah, people were laughing their fucking ass off at this thing.
Baby viral. Yeah, well put.
No, literally baby.
Does this open up the doors for a Ringo Starr figure from Shining Time Station? I think so.
We need an Alec Baldwin.
Oh yeah, we need a schemer figure. We need it all, baby.
Yeah, now you're talking.
My dad had got. I think I said the story before on the podcast. My dad used to work at Caldor, like way back in the day.
Damn, that's a throwback.
I know,
there,
right?
Caldor.
Yeah. My mom worked at Caldor. My dad worked at Circuit City. Another throwback.
My dad was the manager of the Circuit City in my town.
Hell yeah, dude. My dad worked like returns or something. So like people would return all their shit, saying it was defective. Of course, they're just trying to get their money back. Shit works just fine. So that's how I got like stuff back in the day. Apparently, maybe this plays a hand why Circuit City went under, but apparently they don't keep inventory. My dad just took the shit home. Whatever. Sorry, Dad. And so like I had like this Shining Time Station VHSs. This like that some like all my VHSs were shit that somebody returned. And like I just used to watch this dumbass Shining Time Station VHS like over and over and over again. So yeah, it's my.
You gotta get this for the memories.
I know. I got to do it.
Yeah, my dad used to do something similar. I'm sure you'd know, Poncho, but Circuit City, whenever a new game would come out, they would almost always have a shirt to coincide with it. And my dad said that he, quote unquote, thought all of his employees were bitches and kept all of the t-shirts for himself. Every time he'd come home, he'd be like, "Hey, what's going on? We got the new fucking Hayabusa t-shirt. What's up? We got fucking 15 of them." I'd be like, you didn't offer any to your employees?" He'd be like, "No. We're all gonna be wearing fucking Bandai Namco tees here.
Family only."
That's
Yeah, man. I feel so bad. He's like, "Yeah, we give it to employees and the first 5 customers." Like, man, those poor fucking customers.
All right. What else we got? Moving on from this.
It's Flame Toys. You put that up as well.
Toys. I thought we were talking about a flame toy already.
Oh, brother.
Flame Toys. That is a pretty lit name, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
I love Flame Toys.
I'm looking for it. I don't know who had it exactly, but Flame Toys, we know, they've done some like model kits and stuff like that in the past. If anyone can find the images, that would be cool. Because doesn't seem like Toy Arc has them.
Let's see. Just go on Ami and type it. The one you may be looking for, they'll have it.
Let's see. Loading. Let me get these little. Okay.
Real quick, just a few things that we should note. I guess there'll be links for some of this stuff in the description below. Links for pre-orders. We need to start fixing that right. But links for stuff that we mentioned here, pre-order links for some of that stuff should be in the description below when we finish up here. I don't know if we had this on the docket, but did we talk about? I think we did mention this fighting armored Deadpool thing, right?
We talked about it last week.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, we got it. Don't worry, guys. Everybody that's asking in the comments, don't worry. We're gonna link the Thomas the Train in the description. You don't have to search for it. We got you.
Well, I'm on the Flame Toys website and I still don't see it.
No.
Right.
I don't want you to
commodity information. Okay, that's not helping.
Commodity information.
We're doing it live.
What is it specifically?
It's Storm Shadow and Snake Eyes, but there's also motorcycles to go with them. There we go. 20
motorcycles.
Yeah.
They just want to ride their motorcycles.
Right. I guess maybe we already showed the Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow.
We did a couple of weeks ago when it was just like the grayscale models.
Right. Yeah, that's all that they've shown, I believe. But here are the motorcycles to go with them, which are also model kits.
Oh, cool.
It's Fury model.
Damn, they said build your shit yourself.
Right.
Fuck, Rick.
Jesus. I opened Instagram to see if I could fucking find something right now, and I was like, oh my god. Somebody was listening to Akon pretty hard on my stream, on my
Jesus
on this wall. Oh my god, what's happening? Why are people talking? Jesus. Yeah, so I guess why they weren't on Ami Ami was because these aren't on pre-order yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was unaware. I thought that they'd already gone on pre-order when they were.
We are being informed that it's on Toku Nation, so let me
Ooh,
figure it out.
Toku.
Guys, my god.
Yeah, shout out to Kamen Rider, another little Toku news. Shout out to Kamen Rider for getting an anime. You know, first time Kamen Rider might go mainstream, so
hell yeah.
You know, we might be seeing some shit soon.
First time, long time.
A first time, long time.
50th anniversary of Kamen Rider as well. Let's go.
Let's do her, brother.
Sick. Karate Bugman for life. Let's fucking go.
But yeah, these are basically the two things that we wanted to show. Is I mean, we've already seen the Snake Eyes and the Storm Shadow, and you know, if you want some sick rides for them, here you go.
Hell yeah.
And of course, I think these will work for, you know, other lines. I'm sure this bike will look great with like a Black Widow or something.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how people like paint them up and all sorts of shit like that. You know, standard model kit shit.
Right. Pretty cool. I mean, that was just a quick hit right there.
Hell yeah. Well, that about does it for the main show.
Well, all right.
All right.
Unless we can think of anything else.
We got through it. I mean, unless the chat wants to remind us of anything we might have missed.
True. Cap Lips hit us with $2. Brian Carter, the man, the myth.
That's right.
Said, just showing love to the #1 Star Wars podcast on the internet. You goddamn right, baby.
Damn straight.
Let me.
Thank you guys for joining the #1 Thomas the Train podcast.
That's it.
I think eventually I'll have more to say about that, but not at the moment.
For sure. Print Rabbit in chat, now since we're talking about Flame Toys, says, really want to see Flames Megazord. I'm with you, brother. I cannot wait for that shit, man.
What?
Yeah, we talked.
Wait, where's the figures though? You showing the bikes? Can I see the figures? We saw the figures before, right?
Yeah, we've seen them. Let me pull them up again now.
I think we saw them like 3 weeks ago, maybe a little bit further back.
Yeah, 3 or 4 weeks ago. Okay, I do remember. Yeah.
Yeah, it's these
the
guys.
bike. We didn't see the bikes at that time, though, right?
No, the bikes are the newest news, but this is the Storm Shadow and Snake Eyes right here.
Here they go.
Got it.
That Storm Shadow is bulky as hell.
Yeah,
he really is.
That's a thick ass boy.
What's going on there?
And these are model kits, so
that's
I
it.
think they are actually going to come grayscale like this, right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think Flame Toys has ever put out a grayscale model. I could be wrong, but every time I see their model kits, they're usually always, you know, in color. I got a bunch of model kits I got to build, man. God damn. So many. I was like cleaning my room today, like my figure room, and I just kept on organizing boxes of model kits, and I'm like, I gotta find time to build these things, man.
Mm-hmm.
One day.
1-6 Shooter in the chat is also kindly reminding us that Mythic Legions has a pre-order that ends tomorrow.
That's it.
So let me pull that up. You guys can see what that is for yourself. We've talked about it on the show before, but you know, just as an addendum, these are finishing up their pre-order tomorrow.
Let's go.
They also had an in-stock sale earlier this week or earlier this month, maybe. That
it was right before last week's show.
Yeah, exactly, and it is over and done with in like minutes. So they had a couple of things that you know people have been wanting to backtrack to get, and the time for that is come and gone.
Time is here. The time is now.
The time will also have come and gone tomorrow to get your All-Stars Wave 4, which will consist of, you know, the Mossman kind of homage figure. You get a couple of super sick skellies. And you get some, you know, warriors. You know, I'll go through the actual names here. We get Bryophytus and Mephitor, which is kind of like Skunkor, whatever his name is, Stinkor.
Jeez.
from Motu. Number one Motu podcast here, of course. You get your Forest Troll with 2 interchangeable heads, which is just a beefy, chonky MFer.
Yeah, that's it.
Surprise!
Yep, that's it.
Sir
Oh, God.
Wayne.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Sorry.
Great opportunity to get a...
That one had to load in, my bad.
Surprise,
Hey,
motherfucker.
all right.
Let's go.
You've been looking for a Mythic Legion's kind of generic knight. This is probably the closest that you'll be able to get for a minute until another pre-order or All Stars wave comes through. So it's cool. I like the little bits of gold on the armor. I mean, their knight body is like super smooth. This is a great figure. And then you get your aforementioned skeletons, Tibius here.
Skelly boys.
Ancient living skeletons roaming the earth, as well as Scaphoid, reborn by the Necronominus. Sick, pretty sick. And then Vitus, one of the last surviving members of the Mercurian army.
I think that's pronounced
I really
right.
do want that troll.
Yeah, the troll is super sick. Any of their oversized figures, I mean, it is worth the price of admission.
You know, any of that shit works well with like, or Hercules, Ares, those type of like dudes.
Thor, any of that.
Pardon me.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Wonder Woman, even. Come on,
Yeah,
it's nasty. And then, of course,
I think the interchangeable head for the troll dude is something new that they did, because the horned head was on a different, bigger body before. I think it was only on the like ice troll dude or something, but I guess they painted it up where you could, do either or and swap, which is really cool.
That's it.
So that is ending pre-order tomorrow. Shout out to Trevor, 16 Shooter, who also did the photography. So I understand he has a vested interest in us reminding our audience that this is ending tomorrow, and we're happy to remind you guys.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, no doubt.
Great photography. One more.
I've said this plenty of times, but Mythic Legions is super slept on, I think, but not really, because this shit consistently sells out, so somebody's buying that shit. But I guess slept on in terms of being kind of like mainstream and toy photography. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's very rare that I see people shoot these and they don't, and the shots look terrible. Like, you know what I mean? Like the army building with the knights, and like it's such a really, really good quality line with a lot of fun factor, because you can do so many swaps and kit bashes and stuff like that. Like the figures are produced in a way that encourages you to do kit bashes and swaps and stuff like that. So it's a very cool line to invest in. I know some of these initial prices could seem a little steep, but honestly, you paying for quality figures here, so it's really worth it,
And supporting a creator-owned line, which is very big.
Yeah, no doubt.
One final, hopefully final, I'm sure we'll be reminded of something else as we're talking about this, but this is a big deal, and I can't believe we forgot about it. Premium DNA Toys, forever ago, teased us with this image. This was December 2nd, 2020. And we got some follow-up images this past week.
We got some images, yeah.
We
got
got Battletoads Anthology Collection, Wave 1.
Juan.
Wave 1.
Wave Juan with Porka Pig?
No, that is Poo Orca.
Ooh. What do you mean?
This is cool, man. This has, a lot of potential, I think, for a pretty deep line. This right here is sick.
Yeah, man,
Game accurate armies. I mean, look at that.
Oh yeah.
if that's inexpensive, that's a good army builder.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
Rat Army
Pretty
rise
terrifying.
up.
Come on, Rat Bones.
Let's go.
And then, of course, there wouldn't be a Battletoads line without some Battletoads.
Let's go.
Zitz, baby. There he is. Look at him. He's fucking yoked.
Man.
That head sculpt.
Right?
Crazy.
Oh, this guy's yoked up.
Yeah, he's jacked up for sure. These dudes are super jacked.
He's got the fucking best teeth in the business, bro. Look at those
Hell
veneers.
This looks like it's like Sonic the Hedgehog's teeth before they redesigned him.
Oh, brother.
He's got fucking Hollywood veneers right there, man.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I guess there's a really vocal and aggressive Battletoads fan base because this dude's like, how do you manage to fuck up both Zits?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Like,
I mean, but look at this. The original box art has them.
that's true.
Yeah. And those teeth shining bright.
Hey, look at that. It's Battletoads right there. That's got some
I used to
teeth.
love this fucking game.
Yeah, the game is sick and difficult.
Absolutely. Difficult. Yeah.
And one day ago, the premium DNA toys themselves replied, there's dozens of different versions of all the characters. We pull from all these sources to create the look that best represents the
Sure.
character across the history of games and work closely with the game designers for their notes.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, if you're mad about
Alright.
it, don't be, because the creators are like, nope, this is fine. This is how we want our product represented. You guys did a great job.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing with like these figures that, you know, are from a line that spans so many decades of video games is like, you really want these looking like rushed cover art that some guy in the fucking 80s was like, hey, you got a deadline to make this, draw this fucking picture of this buff toad by 4:00 today. Like, come on, we got to get it out.
Poncho, how dare you? We want that original Mega Man cover.
That's
with
true.
That dude in the spacesuit.
Absolutely.
Come on.
Not gonna lie, I do want that for collecting purposes.
Yeah, just for collection purposes. That looks like he's straight out of Tron.
True. He was a special scan in Street Fighter X Tekken. Like there was a Mega Man.
No way.
Yeah, there was. You gotta check it out.
Oh, that is so sick.
But yeah, I can see why people are like, this doesn't really look like Zit. I mean, whatever, dude. Who fucking cares? It's a fucking battle.
Are you trying to say that? Are you trying to say that this isn't Zit?
Oh, come on. I love the photo that they used. Hey, why doesn't he look like this shitty art?
Right. Do you see teeth here? Yeah, it's a little much. I mean, I understand, you know, all of us on the panel, like, we get the industry. So we're like,
True.
all right, that's a common thing that the industry does is pull all the sources and kind of amalgamate them into one ultimate look, let's say.
That's it. That's your boy's Mezco, baby.
That's
that is Mezco to a T. I was thinking the same shit.
right. Hey, that's Hasbro. How many times have they given you, you know, a version of a character that's not necessarily from a thing, but, you know, close enough, and it also includes elements of another appearance, you know.
Sure.
It's part of it.
Yes. For sure.
The attachments on here are nuts too.
They are crazy.
This is very, very niche though.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
like,
It's a meme figure for sure.
Yes.
for sure.
Yeah. If they sell this in GameStops, I don't even want to.
Oh my god.
that kind of marketing writes itself.
Right.
Yeah. That would actually make perfect sense and be perfectly frustrating at the same time.
Sure.
That would just be like perfect full circle. People
Absolutely.
will be calling that. You guys sell Battletoads? As a matter of fact,
Yeah, we do.
but they're action figures.
Yeah, let me tell you, man, when Rare Replay started coming out on on Xbox One, and we would get those, hey, you guys have Battletoads? Yes, we do. Wait, what?
Damn it. You were supposed to say no. Hang up abruptly.
I was
How much? How much?
I was reminded of like this prank call I got I don't know, 4 years ago. This kid kept on calling the store and he was like, "Hey, do you have a game called Lick My Peenie?" I'm like, what? What the fuck? So my go-to.
Man, you're supposed to answer the phone yeah, me and your mom play it every night.
Oh no. Whenever I get prank calls at GameStop, my go-to is just keep on going what? I can't hear you. Can you speak up? Hey, I said, do you have a game called Lick My Peenie? Yeah, man. Are you am I on speakerphone or something? I can't really hear you. Do you have a game? It's screaming by the end of it.
Now you're too loud.
But yeah,
Can't
man.
make it out. You're yelling so loud.
True.
I will say, just to offer just one final correction here. Thanks to Trevor in the chat, the pre-orders for Mythic Legions actually close tonight in 30 minutes.
30 minutes?
Oh shit! 30 minutes.
So if you do want the let me go back to them. The Mythic Legion's All Stars Wave 4 that does in fact close in 30 minutes. So by the time this podcast is an hour and a half done, you will be an hour late to buying these Mythic Legions.
Rev up those fryers. Let's go.
So we don't mind if you open up a new tab and go ahead and get these right now.
Hell yeah,
and
baby.
You definitely should, because the PowerCon exclusives are included in this wave. So if you're not a big fan of the He-Man homages, let me tell you, they are some of the most desired in the whole line.
That's it. For financial purposes.
Of course.
All right.
One more final thing. We need a button on the soundboard that's Uncle. From
a little one more thing button.
One more thing.
One
because
more
I'm
thing.
terrible saying that myself.
Let me add that to the list.
Yeah, that's a good one to include for sure. I will. People in the chat have been talking all day about this, and there's some controversy, you might say, over TP Toy Space Walls. More specifically, the Tantive 4 112 scale Blockade Runner replica display set from Star Wars: A New Hope TM.
That's right. Where you needed to buy two to have the complete hallway.
That's how they get you.
Right?
Yeah, that's how.
And you're not a real fan if you don't.
I really contemplated getting this and getting two of them because we do have a decent relationship with these fellas over here, and I was gonna try to do like a bulk order and get something for me and Danny and whoever else wanted, so we could, get maybe one or two on the arm, I guess. But I kind of backed out at the last minute. I know Danny still purchased his dual set, but I'm really interested to see how this is gonna look and set up, so what have you. But yeah, go ahead, Fabio. What's the controversy here?
Apparently, they've been ghosting people. People have been trying to follow up, trying to figure out, hey, when's this coming? Hey, what's the status? And nobody's been getting a response. Cerrone Games Go say they have not even been. Wait, he might be talking about Megalopolis. My bad, because I guess we're jumping back and forth. But to backtrack yet again, the premium DNA was loosely or was pretty closely actually tied in with Megalopolis. Megalopolis was going to be the distributor for premium DNA, which includes this Battletoads line, as well as the new kind of articulated figure Mad Balls. They also have the Earthworm Gym license, and they're working on some stuff from that. There's the Barnyard Commandos. Wow. So with Megalopolis just kind of disappearing, that kind of throws the status of the distribution of these into question. Hopefully, they're going to find another distributor to hook that up. But if we're once again going back and talking about the Space Walls, people have just been not hearing back in terms of release day. They just haven't gotten any real follow up with this.
Well, I said this in Plastic and Paint, and I'll say it again here. They are notorious for taking a very long time to respond to emails and stuff. So it could just be that they are just taking a long time. It's my understanding that they, go in and out of the country a lot too. So I don't know. It may be that type of situation, but I wouldn't lose hope. I don't think that it's a Megalopolis situation here. I think everything will work out with these guys. So yeah, I would just say just hold tight. I think it'll be all right. But in the past, when I've communicated with the owner directly, our communications have been very staggered, and it's taken a long time sometimes for him to get back to me. But he has always gotten back to me.
The issue is right here. It says ships March 2021. It's April, and no one's got it.
Got it. Okay. All right. That makes sense.
To give the benefit of the doubt as well, they have the Star Wars license now, but I'm almost certain that it's still the same crew, still their same. It's it's the same shit. They just have the Star Wars license now, and that Star Wars license just brought a lot of eyes upon these guys. So maybe they're just dealing with just way more traffic than they're just used to. Maybe shit happens. So
yeah, Yeah, it's possible. I give them another couple weeks or so and see what's what. But yeah, like I said, from my dealings with them, I can't really foresee them just kind of running off on the plug here and just bouncing with everybody's money. Um,
They've been
I'm
around for a
sure they
while
have.
too.
Yeah, they've been seeing a lot of success with the space walls. That's in their
True.
name.
Literally, spacewalls.net.
Yeah. I can't
So
I can't imagine a situation like they've been making third party Star Wars stuff for a long time, and when they finally get the license, they're all like,
right.
"Time to take off with the
Yeah,
bag,
yeah,
baby."
no, I
Right.
can't see them. I can't see them fumbling the bag
True.
on this situation.
No.
So and not to mention that I'm sure that they have um ambitions for quite a few different sets and accessories and stuff that they want to make from Star Wars. So, obviously not just the classic movies, but like everything that's going on now with the Mandalorian, and like I'm sure
Mhm.
sky's the limit for shit that they could be doing. So,
Absolutely.
it would not behoove them to run away right now.
Mhm.
True. Very true.
So that's, I mean, Christopher Miller is the one who's got a real vested interest in this. He's the one who brought this up. So appreciate that. He's saying that there's been no communication on this since December. So, I mean, my thoughts on that is if they have, that much more attention brought to them because of the actual real Star Wars license, it's obviously just created way more orders, and maybe they've just been keeping quiet and keeping their nose to the grindstone, trying to get it out.
True.
As quickly as possible, and that happens sometimes with kind of made to order stuff. If the pre-orders exceed the limit that they originally anticipated, then it's going to take more time for them to get that out. And obviously, if nobody has it by the original ship date, then maybe it's just not ready yet. But yeah, benefit of the doubt for sure, just because they've been proven to be reliable in the past, and like you said, they're not going to fuck it up now. Not that they have the real Star Wars license. It would not be a smart move.
I also wonder that now that they have a Star Wars license, now maybe like they can't be as vocal about behind the scenes stuff because it carries the Star Wars name now. Stuff has to be like,
Right.
updates have to be approved by like like a Disney like marketing team and shit like that, or
Yeah.
that's where my mind goes, to be quite honest. So that there's a lot of like weird red tape that happens like in the industry, especially when licenses get involved. So of course, like the gut reaction is like, says March, it's April, what the fuck? Like, but there's always some shit going on, and also there's a worldwide pandemic happening. So I don't know if I can know.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, if you
never
subscribe
know.
to
I
that
mean,
train of thought, yeah.
Listen, oftentimes with a lot of these sort of like new budding like companies and brands and what have you, it's not like we talking about like 100-man staff and crew and like what I'm saying, like it's probably like one or two dudes. Like it's not like what I'm saying, like it's not crazy. It's not like I have like 30 employees helping me do shit every day. Like most of the time, it's just me doing a bunch of shit. Like so that could be part of it too. So.
I can attest to that as well. It is just me, for sure. So it is what it is.
So yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll like I told Diego last week, I will reach out to them and see if I could get a line on somebody over there and report back next week on next week's episode.
I was gonna say, as long as mine are first, I don't care about anybody else's.
All right, so yeah, moving forward, we want to get into TV movie shit.
Yeah, let's
I
go.
think so.
After show, baby.
One quick, I guess, final touch up. I mean, it's back and forth. Premium DNA is apparently also not just tied with Megalopolis as a distributor, but it's owned by the same people. This is owned by the guys who created Megalopolis. So, that is something to consider. John Papasergio is assuring us, that Megalopolis had a distributor issue, and that's what happened to them. because Diamond and Diamond in general has basically been dropped by almost every comic distributor as well. It seems to be that maybe Megalopolis has the same issue with them.
That's something that I wanted to put on the docket, but we never talked about the fact that Marvel, in an unprecedented move, just like fucking went to Penguin Publishing. That's nuts.
Right?
What the hell did Diamond do? Like whose wives did the owner of Diamond Distributors have sex with?
Oh, no.
Like warrant this sort of move.
Mob wives.
Right? Like, what's going on? Which late wife of like John Gotti was slept with? Like, what's going on?
Right. I'm hoping. I mean, last time we had something to say about Megalopolis, they did reach out to us privately in PMs, so maybe they can clarify this for us. Because at the end of the day, they have these really niche, pretty cool licenses. Whether it's Mad Balls or Battletoads or all that stuff. It's people want to see these figures, so. Let's hope that the sting, the tinge left over from whatever Megalopolis did to upset the customer base won't carry over to these, because, I mean, they are still actively doing reveals. As you see here, they says that they're doing reveals every week, and we've gotten 3 of the 6 pictured here in these silhouettes. So more to come from them. Let's hope
we don't want to see a tick situation.
Right.
Oh, no. That's
Shocker Toys.
The Shocker Toys.
Right. All right. Can we move on?
Hold on, before we do anything, if the owner of Shocker Toys listens to this at all, please feel free to hop on this show so we can talk. Let's talk.
Yeah.
Let's talk.
Roast your ass.
Right. Open up your trunk and let's buy some figures again.
Oh, no.
Yeah. All right. Let's get into some popular culture. No, wait, pickups first, right?
Yeah, let's do pickups. I think.
Pickups. All right, I'm gonna bring it back here.
What the hell did I get? I didn't get much this week. I did get. What the fuck did I get? I got I got this custom Android 18 head sculpt. This company called, what the hell are these guys called? One Mini Toys. They're doing like this kind of realistic Android 18 type of head sculpt.
Oh yeah.
It's nice. It's pretty nice. I like it. Here it is. In the flesh, I don't fucking know, but it's nice. It's a really nice head sculpt. I also got thing I was super excited about. I got.
Oh yeah.
Let's go, baby. Rick, did you get yours?
No, not yet.
Well, you're missing out. I got Captain Tsubasa right here.
Oh, yeah.
How did you get yours? How did you get yours past the Suez Canal before me? What's happening?
I know a guy. I know a guy with a jet ski, basically.
Cue the picture of Jay-Z.
That is really cool, man. I like that figure a lot.
Dude, this figure is very nice, and
that is so sick.
Long overdue for sure.
I was gonna say, man, hit the viewers with your thoughts on this, man. What are you thinking? Is this worth the price? Do they got to go out and get it now immediately and piss off their wives? What's happening?
I think it's very worth the price, just in terms of not having any Captain Tsubasa representation in figure form at all. Even in static figures and gashapons, there's not really a lot to choose from. So, for representation of such a classic, manga and anime, you almost have to. And I just realized it kind of came out at the same time as the game for PS4, Switch, all that stuff. So Captain Tsubasa is on the is in the public eye a lot more than it's been in a while. It's really nice. The articulation is pretty nice too. The only thing I'll say is all the head sculpts, the eyes. Let me go. The eyes are always facing straight or up. I would have loved some faceplates if they're facing down, so you can get them looking at the football.
That would make sense, huh?
Yeah.
And that's too much like the right thing to do.
Yeah, right. And you know, they go the extra mile with some of this stuff. Like, they include another like hair sculpt too. It's one of these weird like third party figures where like the neck peg is attached to the faceplate attaches to the neck peg, not like the hair and the head. Like Dawson figures do that a lot. I know like the Genos and the One Punch did that, or the Genos. One Punch doesn't have any hair, but like I thought that was strange. But like he comes with an alternate like hair sculpt. So if you see right here, his hair sculpt kind of like is being windswept to like this way, but he comes with an alternate hair sculpt where it's going windswept the other way, which is like very smart, just considering which pose you have him in. So it's like, you know, Dawson, like they're always like, it's like one step forward, two steps back. Like, you know, this hair sculpt idea is like really, really great that you can have it in different directions. Why not give me eyes that look down? Like it's so strange. It's the same like it's the same like
it would have been a very good figure for some stop motion with just that last little eye you know, sculpt feature, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like
absolutely.
You know, that figure is made for fucking stop motion, man.
For sure. It's really nice, man. Mike Hawes says, LOL, soccer guys don't really look at the ball that much. Very true. Like, I mean, I just think like for like whenever you look at like for me, whenever I look at like iconic Captain Tsubasa figure like imagery, like whenever he's like slamming like the football, like soccer ball, he is like 9 times out of 10 always looking at the soccer ball. I would love to just like recreate iconic imagery from this show. So like that's what I always look for, like especially with like head sculpts. My thing is like eye placement and line of sight with like figures. That's what like really puts a figure over the top for me personally, is like line of sight and like just shit like that. Of course I'm a fucking weirdo, so like who the fuck am I?
True.
Yeah, you're not much of a sportsman, are you? Because you didn't call that with chat.
Not much of a sports guy, basically.
What did they say to you?
They're roasting me, basically. Hey, it's okay. It's okay.
What are they roasting here? Let me put them in their place. I'm a sports guy. So
hey, you know what? Rick, more of a sports guy. They're saying that soccer players don't look at the ball. They look at where the ball's going. I mean, yeah, I get it.
Why don't you take a look at the art for Captain Tsubasa, you uncultured swine? How about that?
Yeah, let me.
What else? What's going on? Get off my boy's back. I'm gonna fight you.
Yeah, speaking of backs, I get roasted on my own channel all the time for like not knowing how a gorilla stands. This is like a long fucking running joke. I don't know. We're not gonna get into it. Anyway, the point of the story.
I'm very well knowledgeable in gorillas. Who's next?
Yeah, I was transforming. First of all, welcome to the after show. I was transforming the Transformers like Kingdom Optimus Prime, and like I had it transformed the wrong way to where like his back was like very straight, almost like he was just going like this, and not like, you know, like gorillas, like their back is like arched and like their ass is like sticking out and shit. And like, but I had it like transformed wrong, and his back was like very like flat and not arched at all. And I was like, this looks weird. Like gorillas don't look like this, do they? And then like I looked at a picture I looked at a picture of a gorilla, and I was like, oh fuck yeah, that's right. Anyway, long story short, I'm a fucking idiot. So let's move on. But yeah, man. Let's see. After pickups, yeah. What did everybody's get?
We're opening the Darkest Dawn Batman I sent you.
Oh shit! I said that last week.
Oh, well, I know you got it, but did you ever open it?
No, I have not opened it yet. I was gonna open it on the after show.
Okay.
I thought you were waiting. I thought you were waiting for like a live stream.
I mean, like I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'm perpetually waiting on everything at all times. So who knows?
You can hop on with me on Monday. We'll have a little like Mezco Monday opening.
Ooh.
Oh shit! Yeah, you know what? I'd love to be on that. Let's go.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Roger, before we move on from you, what shoes did you buy? What's with that Adidas box back there?
Oh, that Adidas box? It's full of old vintage tin cars. Don't worry about it, Rick.
Okay. Well,
I'm sorry to disappoint you.
What kind of cars are we talking?
Okay,
we're talking jalopies. You know what's going on?
You know what? As a matter of fact, let's go. Hold on one second. I'll grab them for you. Let's go.
Oh, all right.
Okay, now we're talking. Now, thank you for joining the #1 tin car podcast.
Hell yeah.
So we got these are in rough shape too.
Oh
They're-
man, that's better. They look more realistic when they're fucked up.
I know. So like
Damn.
it's like I got these forever ago at like a local toy show in like Columbia, South Carolina. They're just like fucked up tin cars. I bought like a bunch of them, maybe like 9 of them. He was selling for like next to nothing. And I was just gonna like stack them up, and they were gonna be like a backdrop for like a junkyard or something like that.
Yeah, dude, I was about to say that looks like the perfect junkyard car. It has 2 wheels, fucking windshield's all broken. That's fucking sick.
That's it. And then I got like this
Oh,
little
man.
police car too.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Wait,
Like that
where are
one
they
on
from?
I don't. They're from the fucking 50s, Boog. For all I know, I don't.
No.
What were you gonna say?
No, I'm saying like where'd you get them? What?
I got him at like a local toy show like a couple of years ago. These just seem to be like vintage, like tin cars. Like I have no idea what they're from, but like they're like really nice, like 50s deco. Like they're really cool. And I don't know, it was pretty tight. Rick thought I bought shoes.
I thought he bought shoes. I was like, whoa, what Adidas is he rolling with right now? What's going on?
I mean, if it's not any of the Dragon Ball Adidas, like, are you even a Dragon Ball guy?
Oh Christ.
Yeah, I have those. They're amazing.
I had those like, remember those like Mexican shoes that came out where they were exclusively sold in Mexico? Those Dragon Ball
they have
shoes?
the Trunks ones, the Vegeta ones,
Yeah.
the Piccolos, the
I had-
Ribbon Gang.
I had every single one, and they felt like Kmart shoes, so I sold them immediately.
Did you pay resale for them? How'd you get them?
I had a friend in Mexico get them for me.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what I did. And here's what I did, 'cause I knew they were gonna probably be shitty, so I was like, okay, let me get the Capsule Corp ones first.
Mm-hmm.
And I got the Capsule Corp ones, and I was like, yeah, I don't want any other ones.
Yeah, true. They're all terrible.
I only kept them because they're like prop-ish kind of, like, they look like trunks of shoes, and I was just like, yeah, I don't want another one ever again.
Yeah, I wore them downtown to meet like my uncle was like he worked on like a cruise ship. He played piano for a cruise ship, and they were like docked downtown. My mom came down and everything, and we're like walking down like downtown Charleston on fucking cobblestone streets, and I could feel every cobblestone under my foot, and I was like, why am I even wearing shoes at this point, dude?
Which ones were you wearing?
I was wearing like the Goku ones. Like they're the worst.
Jesus Christ.
They're all terrible.
Yeah, they're terrible. They're definitely Payless shoes.
Truly. What'd you get, Rick?
Oh man, that's such a good question. Nothing.
Okay, great. What about you, Fabio?
Literally not a single figure was purchased. Like, not a single damn one. Not a single one.
Yeah.
This week.
I don't know that I got anything.
Since
Pass.
Seven?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say since this is a nothing for me. I did get I waited at 4 a.m. at Target to do the Pokemon drop, so that was good.
Hey, okay.
Came up really well, so that was great. And I didn't get no figures though.
What kind of Pokemon stuff were they dropping at 4 o'clock in the morning?
That is interesting that you asked, Pancho, because I don't know if any of you guys know this, but trading cards are super hot right now. They're
Shit!
fire. They're hot. Super, like, especially the sports ones. Like, you make such crazy bank off of them. It's unreal. So because of that, most of the day there's a grown ass sweaty men trying to make money off of these cards that just wait at Target all day. One of those men. And they just wait for the stock to come out so that they could sell them. Let me tell you guys how crazy this is. You guys aren't gonna believe this shit. These guys are so crazy that the people that come, the distributors that work for the people that bring out the cards and whatnot, they find trackers on their cars because they're getting tracked from going from store to store to store.
Incredible.
And it's gotten really bad, like really, really bad. And it got so bad that Target finally said, "Fuck it." Every Friday at 8 a.m. at open, that's when the cards are going to be here. So don't follow these fucking guys around. Don't wait around our store while we're open, like in the middle of the day, because the distributor can show up at any time of the day. And so yeah, I waited. Like I got there like at 4:30 in the morning, and waited for the card guy. I was sixth in line, and yeah, that was that. And that's the way the cards are going to be done from now on. So
What series was this? Like Vivid Voltage? Is that it?
this was Shining Fates and Hidden Fates.
Oh shit. My GameStop got restocked on Vivid Voltage just yesterday. I picked up like 5 packs. And
See, that's what I'm talking about, man. That's what I like to hear. Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm pretty heavy into Pokemon. I only buy sports to sell them to people because they go for such great money. Like, yeah. So that's what's going on there.
To piggyback off that real quick, while I was in Colorado, like my little sister got yelled at by her dad. It was incredible. She got in trouble. So she was like feeling sad in the car, and like I was like, all right, cool. We stopped at this Walmart, the last Walmart for like 50 miles. And like I was like, I'll get her something in the store to cheer her up. And like we were just like I was like looking through like the toy aisles of course for myself. And I saw like one lone pack of Pokemon cards, and I was like, oh, maybe I'll get this. I don't know. And I was like looking around for stuff, and like I couldn't really find anything. And then I was like, all right, cool. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna get that pack for my sister Adrian. And then like I went back and it was gone within literally 6 minutes of me just seeing it on the shelf. Unbelievable.
Jesus Christ. Couldn't even take a little stroll and then like, all right, I'll go get it.
Yeah, it was the worst. What about you, Boog? Did you get anything?
This past week I feel like I got one thing. What did I get this week? Well, I got a new fucking remote.
Let's go.
I don't know what happened. My freaking smart TV and in my bedroom, the remote just fucking got up and walked out of the house. I don't know where this shit is, and I've been literally looking everywhere for 3 weeks for this fucking remote right now, and I wasn't here for the past couple of days. I wasn't even home for the past couple of days. I stayed at my girl's house, and when I came today, she had ordered me a new remote from Amazon, so it's lit. Watching TV.
Let's go.
Life her up, brother Bear. Come on. Let me ask you a quick question, bud. Let me ask you a quick question, bud. What kind of TV do you have?
Like no fucking remote for 3 weeks, man. That's insane.
So you just been leaving it on the same channel?
Yeah, I haven't even turned on the TV at all in my bedroom. Like I've just been sitting in the living room and like falling asleep on the couch and shit, and like going to bed sad.
What kind of TV is this, bud?
It's just a basic like smart TV with all of the like my Chromecast and all of that shit on there or whatever. Like
Man, me and my brother have the exact same TV. He lost his controller and he's like, "Can I borrow yours?" I was like, "Yeah, just don't lose it."
Yeah, you know it's funny. It's like one of those universal like smart TV remotes. So her remote for her TV at her house is very similar. So the past couple of times that she came here, she actually brought her remote over too. So
get the hell out of here. Some women bring their toothbrush. She's like, I'm taking this remote.
Yeah, I'm bringing a remote.
That's how you know it's serious. If she starts leaving the remote.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
One of your boys is gonna come over just to check in on you, see what's good. They're like, "Yo, is Shorty leaving her remote here? What's going on? This is getting serious."
They used to try to leave underwear. Now they leave the remote.
Yeah. Let that bitch know I've been here.
Jewelry, something for you to remember them by.
Let that other hoe you're talking to know that I've been here, because this ain't your remote, Boog. You know that. You know this ain't your remote.
So yeah, I think that was my prized possession of the week. I don't think I got any figures this past week. How about you, Fabio?
Yeah, I got some stuff. I'm gonna throw up a screen share because I don't want to like move them from where they're at right now, but I took a picture of them earlier. But I finally got my Black Skulls Death Brigade, baby.
Let's go.
Hell yeah. Months of waiting after we were like, yo, what is a Black Skulls Death Brigade and when is it coming? And, tons of like secret drops later. If we finally got it on the 18th and I was able to get in and out and get my order real quick with no issues. So I won't hear it if other people had issues because I didn't. I got mine. So I don't see
all that matters is Fabio's experience, you bums.
My anecdotal experience is what everybody should base this on. But I literally spent all day today, like before the podcast, like setting them up and like gearing them out and everything. So I pulled out one right here, which is kind of like my more like basic one. You know, he's got the straps and he's got the gun holstered, but I wanted to kind of give them all a different loadout and give them like kind of a, you know, different classes, if you will, different loadouts. So I got my one with, you know, goggles on, with the rocket launcher, no goggles with the machine gun or with the, you know, the assault rifle, goggles up with the Luger Special and the CQC knife, you know, holding it proper, right? And then I got the Demolition Specialist right here with the goggles around the neck, you know, just a little something to differentiate them all. I got two with the backpack, two with the regular straps. I'm pretty happy with these. They're amazing. They're great army builders. And
you know what? I think this is what Charles Miner was talking about when he said a rundown. Just gave us that.
I just gave you the rundown, baby.
He just gave me that rundown.
Wait, I don't know what a rundown is, and at this point, I'm too afraid to ask.
Right. Use it in a sense. Use it in a sense. I really want that rundown. I asked for.
Cool. Go ahead and fax it to all your go ahead and fax it to all our subscribers, Boog.
Right. So I didn't know if I wanted to, like, I got the 4 because I did the, you know, the buy 3 get 1 free with the coupon code, you know, from the Emporium and all that. But I ended up opening all 4 because, you know, when the leader eventually comes right here with the potentially purple skull, there it is. When the purple skull leader comes, I mean, to have the 4 and the leader in the middle as a 5th, I mean, that's a prime army setup. I originally wanted 3 just to kind of match the pink skulls because they're 3, and I have 3 gold ninjas, so they're gold skull ninjas. So I was like, yeah, maybe I want. No, there's a 5th coming. The leader, he's gonna go in the middle. I gotta open all 4.
That's what you gotta do.
You know, it's a proper squad, baby. I gotta have it.
Squad up.
I can't argue with that logic, brother.
Honestly, I'm going for like they have like a really Cold War vibe to them, you know, with the tactile neck and the straps and all that stuff, and the kind of
They
like
give me some heavy Hellboy vibes.
Exactly, yeah, dude. I'd love to have Hellboy taking these guys down. They're like, you know, I wanted to go for like a Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy kind of thing with all 4, you know.
Tinker Tailor Skeleton Spy.
Exactly. So I'm pretty happy with them, man. I mean, it's the Gomez body, which is of course like the most articulated of all the Mezco bodies, and it's basically the stealth Gomez again with, you know, the new kind of decal on the shoulder or whatever. But anyone who has that stealth Gomez, go ahead and try getting that for anything less than like $400. It is one of the best ones for a reason. And they still have the magnets on the boots, which surprised me.
Oh, put that on the fridge, baby.
Yeah, right. Roommates are gonna open up that shit and they're gonna fall off, and I'm gonna lose hundreds of dollars.
Oh, you're talking, man. That's the best. Those slow strength magnets.
Right. Actually, can't you hold up? Yeah, no.
Got 4 of them?
Yeah, I got 4 of them. Oh, I just dropped it. Okay. I will say that the magazines, like, one of them at least falls out pretty easily, depending on like which strap. I kind of had to like test the different straps to see which ones held best. But it was, I spent all day like setting them up, and I was like, oh, I'm going to make sure that each one, I'm going to grab the accessories from each one's box, you know, to keep them organized. That stopped happening right away. I'm just like, fuck it, I'm going to pull all the accessories from one box and spread them out through the 4 figures because I'm not going to be able to keep track of which one went where.
Like, oh yes, this one is for Skull B, and this one is for Skull C.
No, that's way too much. I'd have to make a spreadsheet. You know, I'm not about to do that. So I'm very happy with them. It's a fantastic army builder. I don't know if I want to get any more. I think I might be okay with 4. You know, that's a proper squad for me. Yeah, a lot of people are getting them in hand this week. Some waitlists have already converted, so there will be more out there very soon if you do want your Black Skull's Death Brigade. It's crazy how much they're going for individually. I've seen people trying to sell them for like $180 for a single, which is just ridiculous. Don't do that. Don't pay that. Do not feed that market. Boog, you didn't order Black Skulls?
I did before for a buddy up in Canada, actually, not for myself.
Just not for you?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't need to army build at that price right this moment, but you know, I recognize that it's cool. They're gonna look really dope in a lot of displays. I could see that coming. I'll have a couple up on my Instagram though for raffle.
Okay, fair enough.
But yeah, they look good.
That's it.
They look great.
That's all I got. I'll just show the box real quick because I meant to do that first. But here, Black Skull Death Brigade. Watch out, Gomez. Here they come.
You spin him right round, baby. Yep.
All right, so that was a fairly slender pickups. We moving into shows.
Yeah, let's talk Falcon and Winter Soldier first before Godzilla, because I feel like.
Have you finally seen it?
What?
Have you finally seen it?
Oh yeah, I caught up this week.
Okay, awesome.
All right. So what do you guys think of episode 3?
Let's go. I guess I'll go first. Why not?
First Poncho, because you got the most to catch up on.
Yeah, so I watched all 3. I watched the first 2, like on Monday, I think, and then I caught up with the last one, yesterday. I mean, the first 2 were good. I really liked them. I didn't love them, but like I did like it. I just, when it comes to like setting up exposition for shows and stuff, like that's when I tend to like, I don't know. I like it when like a show is like just already like in it and like doing shit, which is why I really loved this episode. I thought it was really cool. I thought like all the like, especially the dialogue and like the flow of dialogue was like way better than I think the first 2. It's just me personally, of course. I like how like how like Bucky and Sam are like bouncing off each other like way more naturally than I think the first 2 episodes. Like there's like little like hints of like how like good I feel like their chemistry was going to get in the first 2 episodes, but I think like it's really like hitting its crescendo like right now in the third, and I feel like it has nowhere to go but up right now.
Right.
But yeah, I thought it was pretty tight. I like how you can see like the seeds of like John Walker getting more and more like unhinged. Like you saw the beginning of that shit, like his voice cracked. You know who I am,
right?
Fucking hilarious.
Hey, stay out of my way.
Yeah, there's like this really funny inside joke that me and my wife have. It's not really an inside joke. We just reference that scene from the Langoliers a lot, where it's like that guy and he's like talking like Langoliers is like this very obscure like Stephen King made for TV movie that came out like in the 90s, and like he screams like you're chasing a little girl or some shit like that, and like that's immediately the first thing I thought of when he was like, you know who I am. It's so fucking crazy. But like but yeah, I thought it was cool. I like the imagery, like the sets were really tight whenever they went to that city. I thought that was pretty cool.
Right.
I don't know. I just thought it was pretty cool. That's it.
To offer my thoughts real quick, before I segue into that, Trevor in the chat, 16 shooter, he did remind me. He asked, "Did I get a blood Krig from Mezco?" That actually was one of my like pickups this week, but I haven't like physically received it yet.
Yeah.
But literally on the first, what was that, Thursday, April Fool's Day, I'm pulling up to work to set. I'm in the parking lot, and I'm about to turn my phone off and leave my phone in the car, like on set, because I don't want to break NDAs. I don't want to get kicked off set, whatever. So I was literally off my phone all day. But right before I turned my phone off, literally someone messaged me on Discord, D Chen, who actually I know from the Mezco Facebook groups and all that stuff. He's like, "Hey, my second Krig, blood Krig, arrived from Asia. Do you want it?" And I'm like, "Yo, if this is an April Fool's joke, don't mess with me. But I gotta hit you up later tonight because I gotta turn my phone off for the day." And I hit him up when I got back from set, and he's like, "No, dude, it's no joke. I'll get it to you for what I paid for it plus shipping from Hong Kong."
Holy
that
fuck.
shit's going for like 300, 350 in the Facebook groups because most people got 2 at that price and are trying to sell the second one. He gave it to me for $190, dog. That's retail price essentially, plus the shipping from Hong Kong. So I did finally secure myself a blood Krig for retail price. Thank you so much, Dom and Chen. When that comes in, we'll talk about it then. But so thank you for reminding me of that as well, Trevor. It was a huge get. And I appreciate being reached out to get that deal done. But to offer my thoughts on Falcon and Winter Soldier, this was literally the John Wick episode 3. And I say that because like the writer of the episode, but like for a bunch of the episodes and the show overall is also the writer, creator of John Wick. So this episode definitely had a lot of those vibes in terms of like, you know, the neon criminal underground and like the bounties on people's heads. All that was missing was like, you know, the coin being passed around, all the assassins and everything.
Yeah.
But I thought it was cool. I mean, we were kind of saying earlier that they toned down the gunplay a little bit in the show. Yeah. Maybe that's for episode 1 and 2, but episode 3, Sharon Carter is just murking dudes, bro.
Yeah.
Like she is, who by the way is a little sus. Sharon Carter is like super sus. I don't know what her deal is in the show so far, but they've established, you know, she's like an art dealer or something living in Madripoor, and she lives in Hightown, which is like, you know, the rich kind of privileged area of Madripoor, whereas Lowtown, where you see, you know, them going into the bar and everything, that's like the impoverished kind of like criminal element of Madripoor. So we definitely got a lot of those like John Wick vibes in this episode. You know, the bar where everybody like recognized the Winter Soldier, and it's like, you know, it was just cool. I mean, I liked Zemo. I liked that they did the whole like Ocean's 11 like telling the plan as it's already happened, and then we catch up, and it's which is cool.
I love those kind of scenes.
Yeah, that was brilliant because they didn't really have to like spend a whole episode on the Zemo breakout. It just happened, you know, like you said, Pancho. We didn't want to get into the exposition of it. We just wanted to be in the shit, and we were. And he's officially Baron Zemo because, you know, his family's rich or whatever. Where can I get that coat, by the way? I need that fur coat that he wears. I mean, that's badass.
True.
Well, you're gonna get the coat when you buy the Marvel Legend figure.
Oh, I mean in real life. I want to wear that shit for real.
Yeah, in Soviet Russia, the coat wears him. Come on.
Absolutely. How do you feel about like that soft kind of retcon they did with like his backstory? Like all of a sudden, like he's a Baron. He's not just like some low level
family
like,
man who lost it all.
Yeah, like a house smushed his family. Like,
yeah, it is kind of a soft retcon because they didn't really establish any of that in the original. He was just like kind of a dude from Sokovia who like lost his family because of, you know, the Avengers bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you could still like, you know, kind of stretch it and be all like, well, he's still a Baron, and like, you know, his family did get smushed, right? But he's just a Baron. Whatever, you can have both. But like
all that wealth, you know, still carries over even after he's in prison and all that stuff.
Yeah, but
God, is that the Baron von Smush? What's going on?
I feel like if there's anything that I feel like is a negative from this like little retcon is like, you know, in Winter Soldier, it felt like he was just like a little scrappy dude, and it almost felt like it was more impressive that he was just like some dude going around and getting all this shit done. But now that you see that like he's like extremely rich and has all these resources at his disposal, like now it's like a little like, oh, okay, all right.
Yeah. Now, yeah, I feel like it's this.
Of course that guy.
Of
course that guy had a fucking bomb. I said, of course that guy had a fucking bomb in his hotel room bathroom.
You know, it's I don't know if it's a retcon so much as like a further establishment of the character, because I guess we did get very little about him in Civil War originally.
Mm-hmm.
But I do like that they did tie up kind of a loose end at the end in terms of like, all right, yeah, he's free, and like Wakanda like does not like that. Wakanda is there to make sure that he is brought to justice. They're trying to extradite him essentially. I mean, I thought it was a good episode in terms of just building the world a little more and like giving the characters more motivation, like the Flag Smashers. You know, you get to see a little bit more of them, and there's like that conversation between Carly and the other dude, and you know, you get it's conflicting because you get, you know, them talking about like, oh, we're gonna make the world a better place, but we're gonna explode a building full of soldiers, you know.
Sure.
So there's definitely some moral grays going in and out, but overall I thought it was a good episode. My friend actually texted me earlier. He said he thought this episode kind of jumped the shark because, hang on, I want to get his exact terminology on it. He said, everything with Zemo and Madripoor is just a total departure from the first 2 episodes. It's wacky and feels like Cyberpunk 2077 more than a moment.
It really does have cyberpunk vibes.
And I am aligned with whoever said that. I did not like this episode. I thought this was the worst episode so far. Honestly.
Oh, okay. Let's hear it.
Yeah, I just it was goofy. It was like I didn't really like some of the choreography with the fights, and it's like I don't know, man. They kind of like neutered Winter Soldier. Like he's just like I don't know. He has no real like depth, and he's not really edgy or exciting anymore. And like I don't know, man. I didn't really like this episode. I didn't like the direction. I didn't like the team up with Zemo. I don't know. I fell asleep too, so I need to actually go back and watch it again. So maybe I'll have a better score or rating for it after I watch it all the way through again. But up until the point that I saw it before I dozed off, I was not really feeling it. It just seemed real goofy to me. I don't know. You know?
Interesting.
What do you think, Rick?
I thought I pretty much agree with Poncho. I think this is like I think that well, you know what? Maybe I don't because I really liked the second episode. I don't know.
I'm
I
trying,
don't think
I'm trying to remember
I
what
don't-
happened in
I
the
don't
second
think-
episode. You know what I like? You know what I really?
It was John's setup.
That's
so,
true.
you know,
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
I do.
Yeah, it was the whole truck fight scene, and like it was some good action in the second episode for sure.
Yeah, I did like the second episode way more than the first one. The first one to me was like a little slow. I just remember like I was like I remember like Becca was like, is an Avenger really talking about his fucking bills right now? And I was like, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, why would he be talking about your cat?
I know, right? Incredible. But I was like, it's the first
I just wanted
episode.
this to be a little more. I don't know. I
think I
think that. Go ahead.
My fault. I was gonna say I can see like in terms of like how different it feels from like the first two. Like I really like where it went in the second episode, where like they started talking about like the racial overtones of like where this story is gonna go, and like that is where I really want to get. I really hope they lean super heavy into that stuff.
That scene with the police, I was like, oh my god,
Yeah.
we need more of this.
Yeah, like just really cool and like very like gripping and real storytelling. Like that shit is like top tier for me. I love that stuff.
They tried to lean a little bit more into like racial implications of things and like real world shit. And in this third episode too, like there was a few little like quips here and there, or whatever too. I do like that. I like that it seems current and modern in that way. Like, I do like that a lot. But again, I wanted this to be. I'm wanting something that's probably really unrealistic, though. I guess I kind of want it to be like Winter Soldier, like 2.0 or some shit. Like as far as like the action and choreography and shit goes, like I thought it would be a little more movie-esque and a little more and a lot less goofy. I keep using that word, but that's really what it is, man. I don't know. It's Disney. It's a fucking Disney show right now. It's living up to being a Disney show in my mind, and it's not edgy or violent enough for what I really wanted it to be. And that could just be on me. Maybe I'm just looking at it through a fucked up lens. I don't know.
I mean, Zemo does just straight up murder a dude in this episode too.
They all murder people in this episode.
Well, yeah, they all do, sure. But I don't know how Disney can be when you literally see like a mob boss take a bullet through a chest through a window. Like, I get the softening of the edges for sure, but there's still like some pretty gritty stuff in this one. I mean,
okay. Right, I'm gonna look at it again. Maybe I'm just maybe I wasn't in my right mind. I'll look at it again and I'll report back next week.
I don't think I ever brought it up, but I had the first time I tried to watch Justice League,
fell asleep because I had a really long day. It wasn't
Mhm.
like Justice League was boring.
Mm.
But yeah, I had to give it another shot. I was like, man, it couldn't be that it was boring because it wasn't. And then sure enough, the second watch, I was like, oh my god, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Real
right.
quick, Jeremy is art in the chat is saying the Bills portion made Falcon's family issues feel very real. The bank issue also related to the experience of being black, even prestige. Roblox still coming to view. Absolutely. I mean, like, don't get it twisted. I love the character development and like the depth and world building that conversation had. I think just for me, I think the pacing was a little strange in like the first episode, and like that conversation, while I do think it was important and it helped build like Sam's character and like the overall story of his journey, I just felt like where it was placed and just how long they lingered on it, maybe they could have tightened it up a little bit to where it just didn't feel like we're really just talking about Bills for like 10 minutes straight.
Right.
That's me. But I do like the subject matter. I just don't. I don't know. I don't.
I will say that overall pace of the show and like the I guess really just being able to kind of sit back and just enjoy the ride without guessing and figuring out what this Easter egg is going to be and how it's going to unfold seems a little better than WandaVision in that regard. Like, it's just WandaVision was kind of like a nail biter and not the most like pleasing way though. Like it was just
Yeah,
like,
more of a
and then
mystery, for sure.
Yeah, and then it kind of like set you up where it wasn't the best payoff in the end to me, So while I do feel like episode 3 wasn't that great of Winter Soldier, Winter Soldier of fucking Falcon and Winter Soldier. I don't know. I do like how the episodes have been laid out so far, though. I do think there was enough of whatever you needed in each episode still. So it's weird. It's weird. I'm kind of not feeling it, but still okay with it. So it's weird.
I like some of the banter between the characters in this episode too, because there's that moment where we find out that like Bucky's little notebook that he's been writing his list of names to amend for his past is the same book, literally the same book that Cap had in Winter Soldier when he's relearning modern pop culture, and then there's that moment when they're like, "What, you haven't listened to Trouble Man?" He's like, "No, I only like 1940s music." And like Zemo is like super woke. He's like, "Well, it's a great movie with a great soundtrack that really encapsulates the African American struggle. How have you not seen it?" Like Zemo is just like, he's a villain, but he's like super woke.
I kind of felt like he was being like a little like facetious there, though. Like it was kind of like tongue-in-cheek, but yeah.
You're on the wrong side of history, Captain.
You're on the wrong side of history, Spider-Man.
That meme is one of my favorite memes.
One of the greatest of all time.
Got that for your husband? Yes, he did. We share a special bond.
I will say. Oh, sorry. I will say that to go back what you were saying, Boog. I think in terms of like the pacing as a whole, especially with this and keeping like WandaVision in mind, this is like the first time that the MCU, like the core MCU, has done like TV shows and stuff. And I think they're still kind of finding their footing with pacing. Like, because I can only assume that these things are shot as like one long, like 6 or 8 hour movie. And like, it's just in the editing, like in the cutting room floor, they become episodes and like they get chopped up and stuff. So,
for sure.
These
I can see that for
and
sure.
that's really evident with the very little John Walker that you get in this episode.
Yeah. Like, that's it. He comes in and he throws a fit, gets spit on. That's it, dude.
Right. And then the next one is like, we still have no lead. And then the next
basically,
like, we still have no lead, but we know who's right. And then it goes back to Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Yeah.
I feel like that was a wasted opportunity too. When they had him raiding the apartment and shit, they didn't show any of his like, show him doing any work. Like, they should have showed him putting in some work, putting the beats on somebody. He literally just got spat on, and that was it.
Yeah.
And that was it. Even when he bust open the door at the beginning, it was like, I don't know, me and you busting open the door. That shit wasn't like dramatic. It wasn't like, I want to see him like do his thing like he did in the past episode, So yeah, I think that was a missed opportunity.
True.
I mean, we are again still throwing the seeds.
Going back to what P just said, though, there's a very real possibility that that scene was better and did have some action or some shit, but on a cutting room floor, the shit just got cut out or whatever. Right. So,
Andrew Gladwell in chat hit us with 5. He said, "I think it's a huge deal that Madripoor is the first major X-Men content that Disney got from Fox merger that MCU has decided to use."
Yeah, that's kind of what I said to my friend when he was telling me, what Boog agreed with. I told him, I feel that I got John Wick vibes from it, all the stuff I said. And then I mostly felt like this episode was like a backdoor world building kind of episode because, Madripoor is primarily in the comics an X-Men location, especially for Wolverine.
Yes.
And one of the, in the Easter egg videos or whatever, they all pointed out that, in the establishing shots of Madripoor, they show the Princess Bar. And that's like Wolverine's bar that he owns as Patch.
Interesting. Okay.
There you go. Patchy Adams.
That's it. Going side by side with the Gray Hulk, with Mr. Fix-It.
Hell yeah.
We already went to Wondagore. Now we're fucking Madripoor.
Brian Merchant in chat is also saying, "I heard there was a virus subplot that they had to scrap because of the pandemic." Interesting.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah,
wow.
Damn.
And that got reported on like right before the premiere.
Was it going to be weaponized or something like that? Is that what they were trying to do? Unleash some type of virus on the city?
Yeah, remember last episode they brought it up but never alluded to anything else again when they were like they're stealing vaccines.
Right.
What vaccines? What the fuck are you talking about? Like,
yeah, knowing that, it's interesting. It's funny to like now your brain starts connecting like what they cut out and like the leftover subplots. It's very clear that that woman that was like sick is suffering from that fucking virus.
Right. But now they kind of turned, through the magic of editing, it's all of a sudden, well, she was let down by, the global whatever council.
GCR, yeah.
Yeah. And that's interesting. I didn't know that either.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's pretty tight.
And in terms of to go back on the point of kind of like the soft retcon of Zemo, I think rather than making him, some people in the chat were saying, instead of making him a full outright villain, he's got this kind of anti-hero shades of gray now, where, it's possible to set him up as like a Thunderbolts kind of leader, moving forward. If some of the rumors of this show, and we know how fucking rumors can be when it comes to these shows, they can often let you down. It's part of the reason people didn't like WandaVision is because none of the fucking speculation about Mephisto or whatever panned out. But it's like, it's speculated that maybe through the super soldier serum that the Power Broker's doing, maybe, we get a Red Hulk, Thunderbolt Ross and all that stuff.
Sure.
And it's maybe speculated that the Power Broker is Thunderbolt Ross,
Damn.
Again, speculation. Do not take that and let that form your expectations of the program.
Somebody brought up something very interesting, like during all this WandaVision hype, where like while everybody was like in the thick of all these like crazy like Mephisto theories and stuff like that, somebody that was like booed, and like it's that classic meme, like, "Why are you booing me? I'm right." He's like, "Do you really think that they're going to introduce somebody as like important as that in a fucking TV show?" Like that guy's gonna like if whoever you're thinking of, like if it's like a really big character and stuff like that, I feel like they'd probably save that guy for a movie or something.
Right.
And like that's always in the back of my head whenever I think of like, somebody coming back or whatever, like a perfect what do you call it? Like a perfect example is like at the end of this episode where it's just a member of the Dora Milaje. Why wasn't it Shuri? Why wasn't it Shuri?
I love that it was the first member of
That's
the
true.
Dora Milaje. She's the first one we saw in Winter Soldier or maybe Civil War. And Civil War. So that's cool. Yeah, it could have been Okoye, it could have been Nakia, but I'm low key, like kind of glad, not low key.
It's the one that says she wants to beat Black Widow's ass.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's the
Yeah.
move or you will be moved, Dora Milaje.
Yeah.
I,
He's like, I would like to see that.
I think that too. I think it's like a really good callback to like that's the first Dora Milaje you saw. But I also feel like that's definitely just like a happy circumstance for budgeting and stuff like that. Like, yeah, we could have brought back like these pretty big A-listers, but like, should we for a TV move? Should we for a TV thing like a series? And
Yeah, I mean,
how much would it cost?
I mean, they brought Don Cheadle.
That's true. They sure did.
They did bring Don Cheadle,
That
and
was a surprise. Just like you said, I kind of figured that they don't want to do things like that just because budgetary, like, it's not great, but hey, I give them props for that. That was dope. They didn't pull a Agents of Shield.
right. And I will say, speaking of rampant speculation, there was an interview that I heard recapped with I think his name is Malcolm Spellman, the guy who is like the overall showrunner, one of the main writers. He did say that in episode 5 specifically, there is going to be something that will make you cry, or like a cameo maybe that will make you cry.
Oh, no.
So a lot of people are, because the show was filmed in like August 2019. It is speculated, again, keyword, do not hold me to this and don't let this form your expectations of the show. But in terms of what you guys are saying of, hey, they could have gotten somebody bigger to represent this aspect of the world, there could be the final Chadwick Boseman appearance in the MCU in this show.
Interesting. Yeah. Could see that. Maybe.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just saying.
That's crazy.
God, I love that music though. It works so well.
X-Files theme is definitely coming in handy.
Right.
All right, so how many episodes are we slated for with Falcon and Winter Soldier? 6? Oh, wow. So we halfway there. Okay, so things gonna start ramping up and wrapping up in the next 3 weeks.
Being that the show is much longer than WandaVision is, or I mean, I think it's the same length, just like cut down to 6 episodes. Yeah, that's fantastic. I can't wait.
All right, so what's next?
Godzilla? Yeah, versus Kong. Who saw this?
VK. I saw it.
See it yet.
Rick, you haven't seen it?
We all saw it?
No, sir.
Boog, you saw it?
Yeah, I saw it.
Rick, do you care if we talk about it? What's going on?
Oh, go for it. I mean, no, I don't mean to offend anyone. I mean to offend anyone that loves Godzilla or that loves King Kong. Like, I don't expect a fucking writing masterpiece out of these kind of things. And anybody that does should be ashamed of themselves.
Yeah.
Two giant monsters fighting each other. Okay, what the hell do you expect?
This is
a Stephen King adaptation.
Yeah, it was made to be a big screen sort of big movie that you see on the big screen. Obviously, because of COVID, we won't get to experience it like that. We gotta put it on our home sound system and turn up the bass and just try to enjoy it from home.
Well, to be fair, it did technically release in theaters, but you'd have to like rent out a whole theater for yourself viewing.
Yeah, for yourself or you and your crew, whoever's in your bubble or whatever. But
or if you got I'll do it.
I don't expect. I didn't expect anything like that either. What Rick is saying is definitely holds true to me as well. I just wanted to have fun. Just see some fun, cool shit, some callbacks, callbacks to some of the other movies, some callbacks to some classic Godzilla and King Kong shit, and just some laughs, and that's it. And I think that's what we got here. So
it was a good time. It was enjoyable more than anything. Poncho, I want to hear your thoughts because you're a big fan of kaiju films and
I am.
Robots fighting kaiju.
I am.
What do you think?
I didn't like.
Oh, you wasn't feeling it, huh?
No. First of all, I want to issue a public apology to Brandosaurus Rex. Him and I spoke privately about this, and I know he was kind of like
he wasn't feeling it either.
No. He loved it. He loved it.
Oh, okay.
So I know he was just kind of like, yeah, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? I don't know. I don't know what it is. I have a theory of why I didn't like it. First of all, unlike you guys, I live in a state where COVID doesn't exist.
Oh man, you're so lucky.
That's true. Yeah. So
never hit, huh?
Yeah, just never. First of all, it doesn't exist. this is very much a joke. Do not think I'm serious. In this state, people think it doesn't exist. They also think the vaccine will give you a 5G chip and you'll have fucking great cell phone service forever.
Speak on that real quick. I did get my first round of Moderna, and I did feel an overwhelming urge to buy Microsoft products. So there's that anecdotal evidence at best, but it's there.
Oh shit. But yeah, so I saw it in a theater. That I didn't have to rent out. I was just in there, ass to ankle, with a bunch of other people. And like I was like in the back row, and like I don't know, the website the website that had the seating kind of made it seem like it wasn't the IMAX theater. So I thought it wasn't going to be the IMAX theater, so I got like the back row. But like I don't fucking know. The screen, like this, like from where I was sitting, the screen wasn't as big. It really didn't feel like I was in an IMAX theater. And then to make things worse, like I kind of put like, you know, one seat between me and the guy next to me. And then this like big ass family came rolling in, and then they sat next to us and like, hey, can you scoot down? I'm in my mind, I'm like, fuck no, dude, what are you talking about? But like, you know, of course, like it's big, whatever. So I scooted down, and then the kid next to me was like mad musty and shit. So I was like kind of like leaning the entire, like trying to like get away from him and shit. So like, I felt like I was like, and then also like I was very fatigued from work. It was like a pretty extensive work day. So I was like very tired, and like I was kind of like nodding off a lot. So like, I just think like I had like such a strange first experience watching this movie. Like kid next to me fucking stunk. I was like very tired. And then like I was, you know, scared of catching a fucking deadly disease. So like, I don't know. The way I described it, I talked about it with like David Walton, Matthew, Rick in our chat. Like I personally thought that like the plot was just like going like 140 miles an hour the entire time. There's like no room to breathe between anything. It's like they give you like these little breadcrumbs of plot, and then suddenly you're like there. And like, you know, there's like a lot of really interesting shit that could be happening in between, but like they're like, nah, fuck that, we gotta move. And then like because of that, it seems like there are really big payoffs like in this film. Like when, you know, spoilers for everybody who hasn't seen it, you know, we have the spoiler thing up, but like when Kong shows off that he can sign, like it's built up and it's filmed and it's directed in a way where this is like some big ass revelation, but like who fucking cares? Like Kong can sign, like that's the way it reads in the movie. Like, because like I'm sure that there are scenes in the beginning of the film where this doctor has been trying to sign with Kong for like months and months and months. And like, she's like, well, he's just like a dumb monkey, whatever. He doesn't know how to sign, whatever. And then like suddenly it's revealed that he can sign and he can like communicate with people, especially with like this little girl and stuff like that. And he's like, you know, you can communicate with him on a much more comprehensible scale than you can communicate with like, you know, Mothra or like Godzilla even and stuff like that. So like that felt like it was pretty the reveal was climactic, but in terms of like what you were given in terms of like plot was very anticlimactic.
No, I agree with you there, because they didn't show that the mom has been trying to sign with Kong.
Yeah.
They showed that she signs with the daughter, and then the daughter shows that she can sign with Kong, and then that is the reveal. It's never established that the mom has been trying to do it. She just says it when the reveal happens. She's like, wait, I've been trying for months.
Cool, show me. You had plenty of time to show me.
No, the only scene we got at the beginning, like at all, is the two scientists being like, he's getting too big for the containment.
Yeah, and like there's like really cool, you can tell there's like really cool shit there underneath the surface. But like it's just like missing. And then like I just felt like there was so much cut from like you know, Paperboy and his whole crew. Like I just feel like their whole plot line was very stripped down. I felt like there was way more there. There was probably a lot between like, you know, I forget that actress's name, but like 11 from like there's a lot more there, because she has like, you know, out of like that whole crew, she has the most history with these kaiju. She was there for the second movie, you know. You could argue that she has some sort of, she feels like she has a bond with like Godzilla. Like it just wasn't emphasized a lot, so you didn't really feel a lot there. And like to what I'll say right now is like I loved King of the Monsters. That's like my favorite movie that came out that year. I liked it more than like Endgame, to be quite honest. Like I really loved King of the Monsters because like I said it in like the chat, like King, like the all the stuff between like Dr. Serizawa and Godzilla and then Mothra and Godzilla, like those plot lines in those stories had like a lot of time to breathe. They like really good build up, especially with Dr. Serizawa and like Godzilla, and like when Serizawa like sacrificed himself for Godzilla, like, you know, that shit made me feel something, you know, like it was like just like it was like a good, like a genuinely like good plot line and good storyline, and it had time to breathe, and like the setup and like the build up was there. So finally when it came time for him to do that, it like really meant something. And then in result of that, Godzilla became like Burning Godzilla, or their version of Burning Godzilla. And like that had a lot of time for like build up and like, you know, breadcrumbs early on and like stuff like that. So everything felt like more grandiose and great. So I think I felt like I came into this expecting to at least it be on the same level as King of the Monsters in terms of like, you know, just really good like character stuff. Which I know is like kind of like a far cry for like, you know, big ass kaiju movies or whatever. But like, you know, if King of the Monsters could do it, why not Godzilla versus Kong? That being
Pancho, I wanted to ask you what you thought about that article that came out yesterday.
Yeah, there's an article that says that the director says that this movie, they filmed enough shit for this thing to be 5 hours long. And like,
yeah, and you know, it does beg the question, is WB just terrible with like limiting these directors and what they put out for the masses?
I think so too. Like I even said it like as soon as I saw it, I was like, this feels like it could have been two movies.
That's the point I was gonna make in my my thoughts is like, especially the end felt super fucking rushed.
True. Like it's just, I don't know. Like I felt like there's so much more that they could have, especially with Mechagodzilla, and like the idea of like, you know, kaiju, especially King Ghidorah and kaiju having such a connection with like Hollow Earth, and then this power source from Hollow Earth literally like bridging the gap between it itself being a power source and like connecting with the bones of a kaiju and giving it sentience again. Like that shit is like super cool, but like there's like no, like you barely know that's going on. Like I connected the dots and like, you know, because like, you know, anything is possible in like fucking kaiju films. I was like, oh shit, this overloaded. Like because like I remember there are people in the theater like, who's controlling Mechagodzilla right now? And I'm like, yo, it's the fucking dead bones of Ghidorah, dog. Like, what do you think? Like, but like that sentence is absurd. But like, it's like, but it's like a cool concept, you know? Like, I think that's like super cool. But like, there's not enough time for you to realize, like, in the narrative, like that's what's going on, and like really lean in heavily. And speaking what you said, it feels rushed. It literally feels rushed because like, when they're fighting on like the tank, like on the airships and stuff, or not the airships, like the
aircraft carriers.
Yeah, the aircraft carriers. I loved like the weight and the gravity and like the scale of like how the fight felt. It felt like Pacific Rim basically, which I think like nailed scale and weight. But like when they're fighting in Hong Kong and virtually every other fight, they fight like so fast. And I have a theory.
Like Pacific Rim Uprising.
Exactly. I have a theory that in order to make the time for this movie and to cut time, they just sped up the footage. Like it really feels like they just hit the fucking fast forward button on a lot of this stuff.
Kong literally is just right through all the fucking buildings.
It's crazy. And like I've seen, and to be fair, as soon as I got home from the theater, I was so upset at myself that I didn't love this movie. I fucking watched it again, dude. And I was like, I have to like give this a second chance. And then I still felt the same. And today, before we went on to the podcast, I watched it for a third time. And I was like, well, maybe. And like, I don't know if I just believe in this theory so much, but like I truly feel like the footage is super sped up because like the debris even moves faster than like, so I just think everything is like sped up. That being said, as much as I like am saying a bunch of shit, all the fight scenes fucking rule. Like they're like the core concept of monkey versus lizard is fucking rad. Like
I love Rampage.
exactly. Like that
Yeah.
the like in that sense, like if I want to like take my brain out and just like pretend like I'm like an 8-year-old watching kaiju films for the first time, like this is the most incredible shit I've ever seen in my life. It's fucking cool. But like,
yeah, I mean, I guess I just wasn't expecting too much from it. You know, I just
Sure.
wanted to like see fights and shit. Really, I wasn't really. I didn't mind. It did definitely seem like they was cramming a lot into a little bit of time, and the ending seemed rushed and shit like that. And granted, I was like working on a setup of doing some shit while the movie was on the whole time. And the very next day, I watched Emergency Awesome for like Easter eggs and shit like that. And there was mad shit that I didn't even remember seeing at all. That I was like, damn.
Mm-hmm.
This shit must have been moving fast for one, and two, I wasn't paying the utmost attention or whatever. But again, I just wasn't that invested into it, and I was looking at it just from an entertainment standpoint, and also from like an A.C.B.A standpoint. I'm just like, damn, this is going to produce a lot of cool shots,
Mhm.
people recreating these scenes and shit like that. So yeah, But I feel you. I feel what you're saying, though. P.
Yeah.
yeah, I think I just care about it too much. I just give a shit.
You're too close to this, Poncho. You're too close.
I really think that's it. And like, and my wife is the same. She's a big kaiju fan, and like, we kind of like got out of the theater and we like looked at it and we were like embarrassed to like be the first one to say it, and we're just like, yeah, that kind of wasn't that great. And then what was me? I'm like getting on like Facebook and Instagram, and like everybody else loves it, and I'm like, yo, what? Something wrong with me? I don't fucking.
Am I out of touch? No, it's the children who are wrong. Overall, I'd say I liked it. I really, I'm there for the monster fights, and I'm definitely one of those people that's like, okay, you can see the progression from Godzilla to, Kong Skull Island, Godzilla King of Monsters, or whatever order they went in. And you can see the progression of like slowly less and less of the human story. And we got the minimum amount of that here. Like, the dad from Godzilla King of Monsters is there in like 2 or 3 scenes, Like it's very minimal, like the carryover from that. And then I guess let me get into like the human stuff. Yes, in the beginning it's a little like loosely established by the scientist who was also in Perry Mason. He was like, oh yeah, Kong's getting too big for the containment, and then it's very quickly established. Oh, but I did overall like the visualization of the little girl in terms of like she only hears like these muffled thuds.
Yeah.
So she's not really intimidated by the size of King Kong. So she shares this kinship with him, and she's the only one who can really communicate with him. Even if other people can sign, Kong seems like exclusively wants to communicate with her. So I liked that kind of relationship between the two of them, and how much like he trusted her. But in terms of like Whitney and Millie Bobby Brown, she I think that's her full name, right?
Real quick to interject, just to make another comment about the scale of things too. Like her touching his finger, and that should just look really cool. Just like enormous, like
Very
But
great imagery, for sure.
Yeah, I liked the scene on the ship a lot where they figure out that she's signing, even though again it's a very tell don't show kind of moment of like, wait, I've been trying to do this for months, and now we're all discovering together that the little girl has a special kinship with Kong. Cool. It was like, it felt like Kong was really like, kind of the main character, like the audience kind of viewpoint in a lot of ways. Like we're more meant to like take Kong's side, especially because at the beginning, like Godzilla literally is like rampaging because, he feels like, he feels the presence, especially in that opening sequence of like the eyeball, what turns out to be the eyeball for Mechagodzilla. He feels that, and that's why he destroys the facility. So I like that they, Godzilla was kind of an antagonist, and for us, Kong was meant to be like our chance to take him down, So I think that was pretty well done. In terms of like the human stuff, though, when we get to the Millie Bobby Brown and the kid from the what's that movie? The Taika Waititi movie, the Hunt for the Wilder People. You know, the New Zealand kid.
He's also in Deadpool too.
Yeah, he's in Deadpool too, also. But I liked him because he's a funny kid and he's wearing a Judas Priest shirt and he's listening to Breaking the Law in his opening scene. I'm like, all right, I already like this kid. He's a Judas Priest fan. Priest. But anyway, I liked the fact that they're kind of like going after the podcaster and all that. But once it shifts into like the three of them, hunting down the facility, going into the facility and like doing all that, I didn't like the fact that the podcaster turns from like conspiracy theorist nut job and like, yes, he's right about this one thing and he's got this, but all of a sudden he is the exposition for all of the fucking weird science in terms of like, they find the King Ghidorah skull and they're like, oh my God, it's using telepathic neural pathways. Like, how does he know all that shit? Like, he literally becomes the expert on everything, as if it's this, thing that he's like conspiracy theoried about. But it's. I feel like if it were real conspiracy theories, it would be like a misinterpretation of what the science or whatever actually is. But no, he is literally spelling it out for us, the audience. So to me, he went from being nut job to like the guy who's right about this whole thing. And like, that was a bit of a weird shift. So, I mean, again, I could tell that they severely cut down the overall human element of this in favor of the more monster stuff, which is fine overall. But this is why it made the human stuff weaker, is because it literally served as audience exposition. So it was a little heavy-handed on that aspect. And then, the guy was funny. I liked the character of the guy. I just hated how he was literally the fucking spelling out the science for us, the audience.
Fabio, you watch do you watch Atlanta, the show?
No. Atlanta? No, I've heard it's good, but I've never seen it.
He's great in Atlanta.
Yeah?
He's good, but totally different character.
Yeah. Imagine the exact 180 of what he plays in this movie.
I've seen one scene from Atlanta, and Boog, maybe you know what I'm talking about. It's when they're all in like the men's lockup, and the guy's like, "Yo, that's my girlfriend, man." You know what scene I'm talking about?
Yeah, I love that clip. Hey,
I've
how you
seen that
been, girl? That's my ex-girlfriend. That's my ex, man. Hey, how you been, girl?
I mean, I can't quote that scene without getting canceled, so I'll just let that stand for itself.
Why are you being weird, man? I'm not being weird.
That's a great scene. So I've seen that, and that's what made me want to watch that show. But no, I haven't seen it overall. But yeah, in terms of the monster stuff, I thought, and actually one final thing about the human thing is when they're like trying to hack the computer, and the kid. This is where I was like, okay, what the fuck is happening? Is the kid who has known nothing and is just like where are you guys going the whole time? And all of a sudden, like, I'm gonna try and hack the computer. Like, I'm so sorry for my Kiwi Australian accent. It's the best I can do. So that all definitely seems like it was stuff that was shorthand and cut down for the sake of brevity to keep the human element of the film very minimal. Again, in comparison to like how much it was in the previous film versus the previous film before that versus like all that stuff has definitely been condensed down. The fights, however, the monster element of the film was great. I mean, that's what we're here for. That's the tin on the box. It's what we it's worth the price of admission. It's good. The fights were great. I loved the difference between Godzilla and Kong in terms of like the way they fight. Godzilla is definitely this like kind of brutish, monster. Like he's definitely more the aggressive one, where it definitely felt like Kong was trying to be a little more clever, and trying to use his intelligence in terms of using weapons and using the environment and all that stuff to like better benefit him. That was cool. In terms of establishing Mechagodzilla, I thought they did a fine job because you have Damian Bashir, as like the megalomaniacal kind of corporation owner villain, and he just gets unceremoniously killed by his own creation. I'm like, yeah, that's great. And I love that moment where the dude's like, man, I wanted to hear the rest of that speech. That was good. I like that. The one thing that I think was a really missed opportunity, I really wanted the final fight scene, or at least the fight scene between Godzilla and Kong. Before Mechagodzilla, I wanted that to happen in the Hollow Earth, because then you could have played with that like inversion of gravity thing. It would have been cool to. Yes, it seemed on paper like Godzilla definitely like the stronger alpha predator in terms of, this dude can shoot atomic fire out of his mouth, and when it hits Kong, it fucking hurts him. Like, it does serious damage to Kong, and it is what ultimately like turns it around for Godzilla to get the upper hand. So it would have been cool to like have that difference in power evened out by the fact that they're both in this like inverted gravity environment, and then maybe Kong would have had the upper hand because he's, as established, and that's why I thought they were going to go with it. Kong very quickly figures out that, in terms of like the floating rocks, when he's on top of that mountain, he's like, he pushes the rock, and then he's like, oh, now it makes it go to the other place and land upside down. And then he's able to do that and land on like, that weird hand or whatever in that rock formation. So I really thought that they were going to like have at least the fight scene between Godzilla and Kong be in that Hollow Earth to make use of that, gravity inversion. I thought that would have been really cool. But it didn't happen, so that was a little disappointing for me. So of course, when the actual fight happens, Godzilla just fucking whips Kong into shape and like, lays him out, and you have to have that scene of the little girl helping bring him back to life, and like the ship, which is already established to be this power source or whatever because of the way it moves around the gravity. All right, cool. They defibrillate him with the ship. That makes sense. Whatever. But then when Mechagodzilla gets introduced, I kind of like that he fucking slapped Godzilla around for a little bit, and Godzilla's like brute strength isn't quite enough to take down an even more brutish monster in the form of Mechagodzilla. So I personally, I think a lot of people disagree, but I personally did like it that it was Kong using his intellect and his use of weaponry, and the final team up with Godzilla to like, Godzilla figures out that the axe can be supercharged by his atomic breath, and that's what ultimately, he has to do that move to help. He has to tag team alley-oop with King Kong to finally allow the killing blows to happen. So in terms of it being like a versus film that then becomes a team up versus a common enemy thing, overall I liked it, but there was that missed opportunity with the Hollow Earth. But again, let none of that detract from the fact that I did overall like the movie. This is just like, those little things that I think would have put it over the top for me.
Just to bring it back to figures and stuff like that. I forget, did you guys order the SHF Kong and Godzilla?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Tachyon Transmitter hit us with 5 earlier, and he said, "You guys pulling the SH Monster Arts Kong and Godzilla? Do you wish NECA was still doing figures? Love the podcast. Always a highlight of my week. Thank you very much."
Thank you, Tachyon Transmitter, the MacGuffin of one of the Transformers films, I believe.
I have never before now ordered any of the Monster Arts stuff. I've just admired them from afar, and I love to see those pictures in A.C.B.A.
Mm-hmm.
This was my first time ordering any kaiju stuff. So
yeah.
We
got him, ladies and gentlemen. We got him.
Ladies and gentlemen,
how long before we see SHF Mechagodzilla?
Oh, it's soon.
Let's see it.
I also wonder, if like they care enough about this such a drastic redesign to make like a SH Monsters. Like, of course, like fiscally, yeah, duh, you should make one. But like, I know I keep on hearing that like, this is like a Toho property, so like they still had a say in a lot of this stuff. I wonder, like, I just wonder, like, is SH Monster Arts like, what will the Mechagodzilla look like? I mean, like, obviously it's gonna look like, I don't even know what I'm fucking saying. Like, I think it's soon that we'll see it for sure, but I wonder how accurate will it be? I mean, like the other two, the Kong and Godzilla are like, super accurate, so I have no reason to believe that it won't be. So I'm just saying shit. I don't know. It's fucking midnight. So, I don't know. I'm surprised that we haven't seen it. I don't know. It almost feels like Mechagodzilla was supposed to be like a big secret, and then like people just figured it out because they put him in the trailer and like covertly
for sure.
Yeah, like they like to their like credit, they put him in there like covertly, but like Brandon and I watched that. We watched the trailer, and with like the second it came out, and within like 20 minutes, we're all like, "Let's fucking Mechagodzilla, dude."
Yeah, I honestly thought that they were gonna go like just based off trailers going into it. I'm just like, I wonder if they're gonna have it be Mechagodzilla pretending to be the rampaging Godzilla the whole time.
That's what I thought too.
But I'm glad they didn't do that. I'm glad it was like actually Godzilla rampaging, because they felt, or Godzilla felt that there was another alpha, and it was the tests of Mechagodzilla happening underground that he was like feeling. I liked that, so because it didn't like undermine Godzilla's character.
Very true.
Yeah, what little character he had. And apparently, like, speaking of Toho, I read an article where they Toho apparently had a mandate that Godzilla had to smile in this movie. Right. So that's when he finally hits him. What's that, Rick?
Thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
That's some Japanese shit right there.
Right. So when Godzilla finally hits him hits Kong with the atomic breath, then you see Godzilla smiling after the fact. And then another thing is I like that they carry over, I forgot to mention this, I like that they carry over the power upgrade that Godzilla got in King of the Monsters when he went burning Godzilla to kill King Ghidorah, because up until that point, like at least in the first movie, it took Godzilla like a while to get his atomic breath finally, right?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't do it like right away. But in this movie, he's atomic breathing every fucking chance he gets.
Yeah, no doubt. It's the Hadouken of the movie, basically.
Right, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, so that's Kong versus Godzilla versus Kong. I'm looking forward to pictures and more figures and a bunch of pictures associated with the movie. I got to watch it again too.
Yeah. I will say one final thing that I actually did like from the human thing is it was a nice callback, and Super Soldier IV, intravenous. He's saying he didn't like the defibrillator ship. Like, I get it, it did just feel like another thing for the humans to do, but I like that it was wrapped up in the callback of, the little girl calls him a coward earlier with sign language, and then he says that to her, like, I think you're a very, brave girl. They just laugh. I'm like, okay. I'm over it because this was funny.
I will say one more thing too, but before I do, Jermichael Johnson hit us with 5. He said having a plot in a WB movie is like having money in a South Park bank. You have some plot, character arcs, etc. Then they hit WB with the editing, and it's gone.
And it's gone.
Yeah.
And it's gone.
The last thing I'll say is like, I read the same article where it was like they're kind of trying to like put the human element like smaller and smaller and smaller as these movies progress. Like, I have no problem with humans being in this movie. Like, Godzilla films they evolved into like giant monster movies, but like they're at early, like especially the first Godzilla movie is just an allegory for like humans dealing with the atomic bomb and all that shit. So at its core, it's like there's like a human element in all of these films. I feel like taking humans out is maybe not the best move. I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's really like against exactly what they do. Like, going back to the old Godzilla movies, there's always an inspector, a fucking city official. That like there's always supposed to be some sort of human element to Godzilla.
Yeah, that's what made Shin so great. The human story in Shin Godzilla. But I will say, like, as long as the human element is like good and like is connected in a way with Godzilla, versus like aside from just being like tools to power them up, like how it kind of felt here with Kong at some, or what it became in here, because I feel like there's again a lot more stuff that was cut out. As long as it's good, then I don't mind human stuff in it at all. Like I was even saying in David Walton and everybody, like I almost feel like I almost wish that like they leaned heavier into like 11, like I keep on forgetting your name, I'm sorry. But like I
Millie Bobby
almost
Brown.
I almost wish that like she became like a parallel to like how how that little girl was to Kong, like that was like their communication and she believed in Kong and stuff. I really wish that she would have been like the parallel to that with Godzilla, because like I kind of I that would have made more sense narratively. And like it would have been cool if like they established that like everybody is kind of like by the end of King of the Monsters, everybody's like, yeah, Godzilla kind of rules, this is great. But then like at the beginning of this movie, they're all like, hey, maybe Godzilla kind of sucks. And like and then like everybody except Bobby Millie Brown is like, nah, dude, he still kind of rules, there's gotta be a reason. And you can see shades of that in this movie. But like I really wish they would have leaned heavier, and like she's like the only person, and her and like her like ragtag team are like the only people that believe in Godzilla, and like they're stopping like nothing to like really prove that or whatever. So
I definitely agree with that.
Godzilla did kill a bunch of people on
that is true,
quote unquote good side, but
No, you're totally right about that, because the one scene that you get of her being like, no, Dad, you're not listening to me. The dad's like, no, Millie Bobby Brown, you're crazy. It's why would you know anything about this? And, you know, like, yo.
Yeah, did you watch the last movie?
Like, yeah, exactly. Did you watch the last movie? Come on, man. Like, your wife died because she ultimately, her last words were long live the king. Like, she ultimately believed that Godzilla needed to be the alpha titan to take down this invasive species, you know, King Ghidorah. And to all of a sudden be like, he attacked one facility. 3 years of goodwill mean nothing. Like, it's like he's playing Tetris. Like, you know, Godzilla's failures are stacking up and his accomplishments have disappeared.
Yeah, final closing thoughts are like, I thought the action in it was really great. I just wish the story was tighter. The one thing that I say to everybody now is like, if you want an example of how like much they cut out and how loose the story is, by the end of the movie, Bobby Millie Brown's dad refers to Josh by his name. There is no establishment in the movie at all that he even knows who this fucking kid is. And then it just like, shut up, Josh. And like on my third time rewatching it, I found out that when you look at the text messages, when he's like trying to like contact his daughter, there's a bunch of text messages. And at the very top, you see, she says like, I'm with Josh, LOL, or some shit like that. And like, that's the only clue that like, the dad and Josh know each other. It's kind of like an Arrested Development moment where like maybe is all like, oh, it's Lucille too. And like George Michael's like, who's that? Who's Lucille too? Because like they've never met each other in the show. It's like the same shit.
To piggyback on that, the movie like just fucking ends. Like, it's the complete opposite of like Zack Snyder's Justice League, which has like, you know, the whole epilogue is like 4 endings. You know, it's like a real Return of the Kings moment. But no, this movie like barely has one ending and then roll credits.
Yeah, that's
it. Very abrupt. I was like, wait, no, that's it.
Sure.
All right. But overall, I liked it.
Yeah, it was all right. It was entertaining to me. It was entertaining to me. But
there you go. That's all you can ask for.
What other show we want to talk about? Invincible.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh my god.
Rick, wake up. Your time to shine.
I'm here. You can hear me?
Rick, lead us off on it.
No, I can hear you. I'm just being a dumbass.
Oh, damn. Hey, man, you guys suck. I thought you guys couldn't hear me. I was about to start yelling, hello!
Jerry, hello.
Jerry, hello. Yeah, it's, man, talk about reliving high school. It's so unreal to see this fucking all animated. It's fantastic. Yeah, have any of you guys, like, read Invincible? Like, what did you know of Invincible before this series?
Oh, I know nothing.
I only know whatever Mike Wisman told me, and like a bunch of people have told me over the years, you should read this comic book. It's really cool. But I mean, I had like a very not so informed information about it. Like, you know what I mean? I knew there was a father and a son. Really nothing. Really nothing. So it was
Okay.
quite a surprise to see this animated and now obviously I want to go back and read the whole comic and shit too.
Yeah, this is the book that, like, I mean, now he's a household name, but back then he wasn't. This is the book that made Ryan Otley, who he is now in this comic industry. This book was like really big when I was in high school, and yeah, it's so dope. For anybody that doesn't know, I saw somebody on Plastic and Paint mention it, like, his last name Grayson. He's like specifically like kind of like a mesh of like Peter Parker and Dick Grayson, like a bit
Mhm.
basically. So yeah, it's really good. What did you guys think? Who've seen it? What do you guys think?
I haven't seen it yet.
Really? You didn't watch it? You didn't watch any of the episodes yet?
Yeah, Boog. I also haven't seen The Mandalorian, so I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
Watched it already. You're a liar.
I've seen the first like 5 episodes, but like
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna wait until is it all out or no?
No.
Okay.
It's 3 episodes right now. 3 or 4?
3 or 4 out of what?
I don't know what it's gonna be.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, I'm kind of like letting it build up. I was planning on watching it this weekend. It's already Saturday. That's not going to happen. So
Hey man, that honesty, I like that, man.
Man, that first episode's it'll hook you in. You know, whenever you
True.
do get around to it,
So,
the episode
I've seen
really
people,
you're right.
I've seen people posting clips, and like I am definitely like invested in the clips alone. Like I saw the clip of him taking on, I guess, like their version of the Justice League, and it's just a display of what would realistically happen if Superman was like, "Yo, fuck you guys, dude."
Right.
Yeah, I tell anybody, if you don't like Spider-Man, you're not gonna fucking like this book. Obviously, Invincible himself, Mark, is like much more powered than Spider-Man. Like if Mark wanted to fucking beat Spider-Man into oblivion, but like the character, like his struggles, like this is a character that's not just gonna get the fucking happy ending every damn episode. And I know a lot of people that don't fucking like Spider-Man because they hate that, like, Spider-Man quote unquote can never win in real life, even if he does against his own villains. Yeah, dude, believe it or not, I'm gonna say his name out there because I don't care. I know he won't care.
Uh-oh.
There's a guy in the toy community by the name of I think he's pretty well known. His name is Johnny Lee Mechanich. That's how you say his last name. Johnny.
You know what? Let me not butcher it, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. He actually cannot take reading or watching Spider-Man because he says he can't take the fact that Spider-Man just can't fucking win in real life. Like he obviously beats the villain every time, or scrapes by on it, but he hates that Peter himself cannot win in his life due to the fact that he wins as a hero.
He doesn't like his characters to struggle.
Yeah, man, it seems like it. He says, "Man, it's too depressing." But that's literally a direct quote from Johnny. Man, that I can't read that. It's just too depressing.
Incredible.
Fair enough, I guess.
If you're a big fan of Peter and of Dick, like you're gonna love. Damn, that sounded really bad. Of Dick Grayson, you're really gonna love. You're gonna love the series. It's a great series. It's much more raw. It's like Pancho said. It's much more like real in a sense, but not like too real like The Boys is. Like, The Boys just goes like way too real. Like, yeah, this is definitely what would happen if fucking heroes were real. Yeah, but it finds a good middle ground. It's a really good story. I highly recommend it.
I mean,
I don't want to spoil.
It's basically animated The Boys. Basically.
Yeah. This if anybody doesn't know this, Seth Rogen is doing this series. He's like a huge fan of it, and Seth, he's also in charge of making the live action film. So it's gonna happen along with it. It's just dope. It's just dope seeing an Asian, superhero get this sort of fucking love, man. It's just so dope.
Yeah, you know what? I've been confused about that this whole time. But Fabio had asked you if you were saying a live action Invincible movie.
Yeah, that's also in the plans. I get like with anything else, when a show comes out, you kind of do press junkets, and they ask Seth if the movie was still going to happen. How this all happened was at first the movie was announced, and then the cartoon was announced, and people were like, "Oh, I guess the movie's not going to happen." And somebody in an interview like leading up to the show asked him about the movie, and he said that it was still in the works. It's still going to be developed. So it looks like we're gonna get both. We're gonna be like that little girl in the tortilla commercial. Get the hard shells. We're gonna get the soft shells. We're gonna get all the tortillas.
Well,
Damn,
to just go back and answer the early question, because I had stepped away for a sec. I have not read the Invincible comics at all. I have no idea what this show was, in general about going into the series, and I think like I'm okay with that. I only knew the show from friend of the show Michael Wisman just praising it for years and years now. So I know that it's placed, amongst the comic fandom, but it's just from like stepping in blind and watching the show. I'm glad, first of all, that they dropped 3 episodes right off the bat, because as Poncho said, or actually as Boog said, after that first episode, I'm like, okay, I'm in that, because that was that fight scene you were talking about. So I'm glad that I had 2 more episodes after that to really unpack and see the rest of the world and everything. And then overall, I do like it, because as you're saying, it's a different kind of take on that superhero / juggling real life responsibilities thing that you get from Spider-Man, but in this hyper violent, more I guess realistic, even though it's an animated show, world. So I think that I think that's a cool concept, and I like it a lot. As far as the show itself is, it's a little piecemeal sometimes, in terms of maybe it's trying to fit a lot more than in one season of television than maybe in a first arc of the issues of comics. So it feels like there's already kind of too many subplots, to me, at least in this 4 episodes. I guess we'll see how that develops, but that's not all to say that I don't like those subplots. It does just feel like there's kind of a lot at once.
Yeah, you know what
I'm sure it'll. Go ahead, Rick.
I like to call those kind of things, like when they do something like that, is we don't know if we're getting a season 2. Fit what I want to do in one season as much as I can. That's the feel that I get, because in the comic, it's all of this is still happening, but the pace is different. Definitely.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say before. I wasn't quite sure if the mom was Asian. So okay, so you're saying that she's definitely supposed to be Asian. He's supposed to be half Asian, half Vitra, whatever he is. Correct?
Yeah. And they lean into that, because the top 3 credits are the son, the mom, and the dad. Stephen Yeun from Walking Dead. Another Walking Dead connection, because the Invincible is written by Robert Kirkman, who did the Walking Dead comics too. Correct. And Sandra Oh, who's a very famous Asian actress, and fucking J.K. Simmons plays Omni-Man, the dad.
Incredible.
Which is so cool, and it's crazy, because yes, it sounds like J.K. Simmons' voice, but it doesn't sound like J.K. Simmons, as J.K. Simmons. That kind of, I think of him from Burn After Reading, is one of my favorite movies, where he's just the CIA director at the end, and he's just like, well, fuck if I know. He's very back. Or in Justice League, the one scene that he has when all the Justice League show up and then disappear, and he's just that's the J.K. Simmons that I think of, but he's not playing that. He's playing, this character, and I like that a lot.
Not my tempo.
It's a very good.
Not my tempo.
Not my fucking tempo.
I gotta watch that movie again. That's a great movie.
One of the greatest of all time.
I think it's a very good casting for J.K. Simmons as Omni-Man. Not that I'm know really anything about the comic or anything like that, but the look of the character really matches his voice really well. It was a really good pick there, I think, for sure.
Yeah, you can hear him. You can hear the way the mustache changes his voice, for sure.
The biggest thing about this show is that
If you went on IMDb right now and looked at the credits, there is practically no actor in there who isn't a fucking A-list actor. It's unreal how this whole show like managed to cast an A-list actor for every fucking character. Like, how do they get away with this? Like, did Seth Rogen offer them all like free weed for life? Like, what's happening?
Oh, I was going to say that too. In terms of Seth Rogen, I think he's really into indie comics because he also produced Preacher on AMC.
Holy fuck!
Sure, he did.
Man of the people.
He was also in that terrible comic movie. What was that?
Oh,
That
Green
he was
Hornet, yeah.
Green Hornet.
Green
Yeah.
Hornet. Ew.
Poor guy.
Vito.
Yeah. I mean, that was just Seth Rogen, you know.
Yeah.
I think we realized maybe it's just better if I produce these things and not be in them.
I saw
Can
that
we,
shit in the theater.
Can we see if somebody in the chat knows how many episodes this is supposed to be, or if it's just ongoing, or what they doing here? They doing a Dragon Ball Z type thing, or what
If only.
I tried to look it up, but I could not find like an answer for it.
Well, major reaction is kind of elaborating on what I was saying. He says, you know, he hears me on what I was saying in terms of it having all these subplots. He says it's a long series with many threads, but it pulls everything together nicely, and it's not afraid to kill people off, which I think is cool.
Oh yeah, no, this series is never afraid to kill people off.
There's 8 episodes in season 1, apparently.
Okay. E-Man is saying that all the Guardians of the Globe, you know, the Justice League kind of pastiche for this is voice actors that have a Walking Dead tie-in. That's interesting. I'm gonna look that up.
Hell yeah. While you look that up real quick, Prophet Director in chat says, how have you not watched Mandalorian? Do you just not like Star Wars? I like Star Wars.
Likes Mandalorian.
I do. I've seen the first 5 episodes. The series just came out while I was like not here. So like I just missed the boat.
Pancho, you need to go ahead and watch the first 2 seasons completely because you're gonna have stuff to look forward to in season 3.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah, baby.
There's rumors about this guest actor that's gonna be on there, and he's gonna be incredible.
Let's go.
I can't wait to see him.
Yeah, neither can I. Yeah, I just haven't found time to watch it. Which I know is blasphemous.
Oh my god.
It's
okay.
blasphemous.
And I forget, did Becca watch it without you already?
No, she just hasn't watched it at all.
Okay, I thought that there was like this series that like you missed while you were gone that she just fucking chat like.
Oh, it's the boys.
Boys, that's what it was.
It's the boys. She blew through that, man.
Wait for it,
Basically.
There's nothing like that in the vows.
What were you gonna say, Fabio? You found some intel.
Yeah, I'm looking at the cast. The Guardians of the Globe are Lauren Cohan as War Woman, who is what's her name, Lori or whatever. No, not Lori. God, what's her name? Maggie Green on Walking Dead. You know, the farmer's daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Seneca Martin Green as Green Ghost, who is like the kind of green ghost girl from the comic.
The Green Ghost.
who I'm being informed here by Wikipedia was gender swapped from the comics for the series.
Interesting.
All right. Chad Coleman as Martian Man.
Not a hunter, just a man.
Yeah, Chad Coleman, who I best know from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. You gotta take the jean shorts off, man. You gotta learn to take them off. Michael Cudlitz as Red Rush, who was what's his name? He gets murdered by Negan in Walking Dead, whatever his name was. Lenny James as Darkwing, who you know is the crossover dude Morgan from Walking Dead into Fear the Walking Dead, and then Ross Marquand as the Immortal and Aquarius. Fun fact: I met Ross Marquand and took a picture with him at a Second City cast party. That was pretty fun. I was like looking at him from a distance, and I'm like, "Is that the dude from The Walking Dead?" And then, like, eventually my friend's like, "Yeah, let's go talk to him." And I'm like, "Okay, cool. Yeah, you guys want a picture? Hell yeah." You know, he was super chill. And then he also played Red Skull in Infinity War.
Oh.
Or I guess Endgame.
Wow.
He played Red Skull in Endgame because what's-his-face didn't want to come back. Hugo Weaving didn't come back, so they're like, hey, let's get the dude who does a really good Hugo Weaving impression.
Jesus.
Yeah, Ross Marquand is like a really, really talented impressionist, actually. So yeah, that's crazy. Literally, like half the cast of The Walking Dead is the Guardians of the Globe. That's really cool. And then, I mean, yeah, you're right, dude. The rest of the cast is absolutely stacked too. Zachary Quinto, Jillian Jacobs, Jason Mantzoukas, Carrie Payton. Carrie Payton, come on, that's what's his name, King whatever on The Walking Dead as well. It's pretty evident I have now watched The Walking Dead since Rick died. I didn't care anymore after that.
It's what's his name? It's what's her name? It's that guy. The girl.
Is that shit still current? Is The Walking Dead still putting out another season?
This is the last season, I think, right? I think this is supposed to be the last season.
I mean, I heard it got better, but I lost my interest after they're like, you know what, Carl, you're about to be an adult, and we don't want to pay you an adult wage. So we're gonna go ahead and kill you off, even though the comics suggest that you're the main character.
Robert Kirkman, most of all, lost interest. He was just like, yeah, this.
Yeah. Oh, and I guess Seth Rogen did voice a character on this. He was, I think episode
Alan
3.
the Alien.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's a perfect casting.
Ori Omega hit us with 5. He said, "There's life on Mars. Where do you think Martian Man comes from?"
That was a good moment.
Incredible.
Yeah, and that was a cool moment in episode 4, actually, because they're, again, I don't know where the story's going, but I like the invasion of the body snatchers thing that they've kind of established there.
Hell
so
yeah.
overall, it's a great show. I mean, it's cool. And honestly, I'm not really into animation. It's just kind of my preference. Like, the Space Jam 2 trailer came out, and I'll have my thoughts on that. But, it's like I don't really like cartoons, but I'm really enjoying Invincible. So
Very nice. Cool. We got him.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we got him.
I said I don't like cartoons.
Damn.
Get out of here, man.
It's just not my preference. I don't know, man.
Well,
maybe it's just it's not that you don't like them. You just prefer real.
Yeah, I like seeing actors perform and emote on their faces and stuff.
Speaking of that, what did you think of the Space Jam 2 trailer?
I mean, I keep my thoughts brief.
Well, you like the second half, right? Right?
I don't like basketball and I don't like cartoons.
Holy fuck!
My only nostalgia for the Looney Tunes is when they showed up on All Over Pride.
We're the number 1 podcast.
The number 1 cartoon podcast, and this guy said
right. I love, I'm not into those Japanimations. It's just not
my
thing.
Oh, God.
What about Afghanistan animation?
You mean like what's his name? The monkey?
The Chimpo the monkey.
Chimpo the monkey. I like him.
I love it. It's Afghanistan animation.
Stupid.
It's my only nostalgia for the Looney Tunes is when they showed up as like all over print T-shirts as gangsters in the 90s.
Oh man, now you have the iceberg shirts.
Oh,
now you're talking to me nice, man.
Are we talking Bugs Bunny counting hundreds on a shirt? That's what we're talking about.
Hell yeah!
You have Bugs Bunny with the.
I hate it. I hate it.
Bugs Bunny with the gold teeth, and then on the front it says "counting fitties," and then on the back it says "and touching big titties." It's the best shit.
Oh,
that's so funny.
You said what, Boog?
He said he hated that shit.
I hated that era.
Yeah, how did you feel about those with the SpongeBob joints? Because there's you fucking hate SpongeBob. Yo,
I can't stand that any of those type of like shirts. Like,
yeah, that's so funny.
That's the double duty. They're like, oh, you hate SpongeBob? Oh, you hate characters iced out with like syrup in their hands on a t-shirt? You put SpongeBob in that together.
I gotta look some up. Hang on.
Yeah. There's like a very, very iconic SpongeBob one where he's got like the fucking bandana on and like a blunt in his mouth and shit.
Hell yeah.
It's like, yeah, I don't I think of that and I think of like the town I went to high school in and like guys getting written up, smoking cigarettes in the bathroom and shit.
Yeah, Yo, this is the exact one I'm thinking of right here. I even found it.
Please screen share. Please screen share.
Come on, baby. We got to take a trip down to 2004.
Yeah! Yeah!
He's got Michael Jordan's rings for no reason.
Oh, fuck.
Look at that fat cigar.
Yeah, so funny.
Gangster Bug Bunny, not Bugs Bunny.
Yeah, Bug. Just the one. Just the one.
Just the one bug.
Oh, the Scarface Bugs
A
Bunny.
Scarface. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Let's...
Carrot?
That carrot. They fucked that up. He was supposed to have like powdered carrots or some shit. That's what it was supposed to be. Ready carrots or some shit.
Yo, can the next A.C.B.A shirts somehow make this motif?
Yeah. That's so funny. I think the
like an animated Scarface Boog, but instead of carrots on the table, it's packages.
It's fodder.
I'm fucking crying.
Oh, yo, this is hilarious. I think the shit that started all this was like the tweet.
Very common one.
That one was very I think this is official art. I could be wrong.
As a member of the vintage.
Yo, crisscross, dude.
They're wearing the pants backwards, yo.
And Fabio's having the time of his life over here.
I can't.
Look up the SpongeBob ones while we're at
That's
it.
the original. That's the original art that started it all. That's actually a real vintage shirt from the 90s.
I was about to say. Yo, there it is.
Here we go. He's got the Tims. I think he's got Tims.
The green one. The when he's in the green pimp hat too. Yo, that's what I remember. That's what I remember.
This one here.
Yeah,
This is nasty.
Bug is disgusted. Moments away from logging off.
Oh man, what about that one with the big $100 bill?
Man, they
Jesus
got one with
Christ.
Patrick.
Yo, and the best part about these shirts too is like you can get them at like a mall kiosk and they would like air spray your name on it for you.
Sure would.
Justin.
Justin. Austin. Corey.
Austin. Corey.
Yo, oh no, fuck! I'm crying, dude.
Yeah.
Let me just show you the literal tears that I've just wiped away.
Yo. Well, I feel like
girl in my class used to wear like a pink sweater that had like an airbrushed Tweety on it, like with a bandana on, and it used to say Jamila under it. It was incredible.
Yeah.
In big ass letters, Jamila was bigger than the Tweety.
The Tweety stuff was pretty iconic. Like a lot of
the gangster Tweeties.
Yeah.
Those are the ones too.
Yo, what is this one? Captain Chronic. Okay, now I just clicked on an ad, so now I'm gonna get nothing but fucking ads.
Captain
for this.
Chronic.
I feel like your Instagram being filled with Captain Chronic shirts.
Incredible. Yeah, I feel like there's no possible way that we can top this. So we can probably wrap it up.
I mean, all this to say is the Space Jam 2 trailer has got me going down this road.
That's true. Very true. Let's. You want to do final thoughts on Space Jam 2? Get out of here, I guess. I don't know why the spoiler tag is still.
I didn't even see that trailer. I'll peep it after we get off. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not like super excited for that, but shit, we may get some cool Looney Tune figures from one of these companies.
True. Yeah, I think the direction they're going is pretty interesting. I'm sure you could care less if I spoil this for you, Boog. But like them kind of making this like an all-encompassing like WB property type deal, like where they just pull like from different franchises and stuff like that. I think that's pretty interesting. I was like worried about like how cumbersome it was gonna get, but it just seems like they're just like in the crowd and they're just like hanging out. Rick and I were talking in our group chat, and like David Walton pointed out, he's like when they think something's not gonna do good, they just pull out the Iron Giant and they slap that dude in a fucking movie.
was gonna say, dude, this
Yeah,
feels
like-
like Ready Player One, but with Looney Tunes also thrown in.
Yeah. Oh my god.
That's pretty funny though.
That's interesting. I like holographic Don Cheadle's in it. I love that.
Yeah.
Don Cheadle
that
just
was Donovan
starting
McNabb.
everything right now, huh?
I know.
That wasn't Don Cheadle. That was Donovan McNabb.
Stupid. But yeah, Boog, that is the end game. Looney Tune figures, like high end Looney Tune figures.
And my friend KJ, who popped in the chat earlier, he's also thinking that's going to drive up the value on like the Figma, LeBron James, and even Michael Jordan, just retroactive.
Yeah. I didn't even think about that. Not Figma. Oh, you mean Mayfex?
Yes.
Mayfex, yeah, sorry. So it'd be interesting to see if the soft goods market wants to go ahead and make a Toon Squad jersey for him as well.
Oh my god.
Ooh,
Yeah,
we
it's already in
gotta
the
hope
works,
that-
baby.
Gotta
would
hope
you
that some
guys
import company is like, oh, we gotta make an Iron Giant.
Who would I like to see make Looney Tune figures?
Ooh.
I mean, I guess they have to be. I mean, who has the? I know it's that third party company, but the one who did Tom and Jerry, you know.
Oh, I don't even know who that was.
Yeah.
That's Dawson, right?
Was that Dawson? I wonder.
Think so.
Oh, if you're about to check, I won't check.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. Let me see. I think it was. Was it?
I thought it was I thought it was just somebody. Just like just somebody random.
It's definitely not
Oh,
Dawson.
yeah, no, it is Dawson. You're right.
It is
I typed
Dawson.
that into Google, it doesn't come up.
I put Dawson, Tom and Jerry, and I'm seeing reviews titled Dawson Model Tom and Jerry.
Well, there we go. Mystery
Oh,
solved.
they must have been taken down on eBay then. Damn.
Oh, yeah, they sure did. Yeah,
they stupid.
they took it down. I will say I'm very excited. It goes for money now. It's fucking weird. I remember when these things were $40. God.
Yeah, real quick, here's the display, and it says Dawson behind him.
There you go.
There it is.
I will say,
displaying like they're not doing something illegally. That's fantastic.
check it out.
Just the balls on these guys.
Basically saying,
Very
try me. Try us. Go ahead. I'm interested to see how bad LeBron James acting is. Will it eclipse Michael Jordan in the first one? Who knows? It's a tall order. But
I didn't even actually think about that. But yeah, it might be pretty bad.
from the trailer alone, it
looks bad.
Fucking awful.
Oh man,
like entertainingly awful. It's like
all right, now I gotta go watch the trailer.
One last bad T-shirt for you, Fonz.
Stupid.
How did that even go together? And then they got Majin, Vegeta. What? Where's the correlation there? What the fuck?
There's nothing more sweet and aromatic about tobacco featuring Vegeta.
Sweet aromatic Majin Vegeta.
It would have made more sense for them to put like Master Roshi on there or some shit. I don't know.
Backwoods.
Unbelievable.
Oh,
This
man.
is just incredible. Yeah, LeBron James acting looks terrible. I honestly thought that this was going to be absolute garbage until I saw all those characters pop up, and then I was like, okay, this is dope.
Yeah, I'll try.
I want
I'll
to
try
see
it
that
out.
in the crowd. And, you know, it's so funny. There's a meme going around right now because I'm sure everybody heard that they took Pepe Le Pew out of this film because he's fucking womanizer, whatever the fuck it is. It's so funny because in the crowd for a split second, you could see all the guys from fucking A Clockwork Orange. They're okay to be in the film.
Are you
They're
fucking
there. They're
serious?
the crowd cheering.
Wow.
Pepe Le Pew can't be there. No way. It's hilarious.
Yeesh. Missing the mark, huh? Wow.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
But you know what? Like, after watching the trailer, it's not for me. But if I already have an HBO Max subscription, so if I'm looking for something to do while getting ready for this podcast, maybe I'll just go ahead and watch it.
I'll watch it for entertainment alone.
I was trying to pull up the trailer so I can watch it when we get off. I always forget about the black nerd dude.
Oh yeah, Andre.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I actually met him a couple times at I think me and you was together, P, at
New York
New York Comic Con. Yeah. But
that's where we met
his
him
channel
too.
is titled Black Nerd Comedy. He does comedy.
Yeah, he's just like Go ahead, Rick.
Comedic in nature. He's comedic in nature.
Yeah, but I don't know if he's like a stand-up or anything like that.
All right, but I mean, is he? I don't see him being funny, but fuck it.
You heard this is the #1 comedy critique podcast.
Black Nerd Entertainment would make a little more sense. I'm with you there.
But yeah, all right, cool. I'm gonna definitely watch through the trailer though when we get the fuck out of here. So let's get the fuck out of here. What you guys got going on?
Who really wants to watch this trailer, guys? So let's get out of here.
I just want to watch. I just want to watch TV in general in my bed.
Well, now you got that remote. You know, the world is your oyster.
When really what's about to happen is like old man shit, and the TV is going to be watching me in like 10 minutes. So.
Yeah, that's funny because Boog's not usually around when we go this long. He's usually called it a night by now.
Yeah,
so
what's going on?
Exactly why the fuck this after show goes off the rails.
Yeah.
I'll go first. I don't have much going on. I'm wrapping up auras. That's basically it. And then once that's done, we'll do some more waves. Why the fuck not? I'm sculpting heads. I'm gonna be selling heads soon.
So no head.
Basically, and
He wants commissions, everybody. He wants commissions.
Yeah, I know. Jeez Louise. And then
can you make my mom?
no. But that's it. That's it for now. Next week I might have more shit to say. Who knows? That's all I'm doing.
Cool. I'm Bobster360 on most, if not all, the platforms: Instagram, Twitter. Wait, not Twitter. Twitch, and here on YouTube. Go subscribe to my YouTube. I'm gonna start keeping myself to a regular stream schedule, doing some like Mezco Monday stuff. Sounds like Poncho might join me this Monday.
Remind me.
Darkest Dawn Batman. We'll make that happen. We'll get it in the books. Go sub to me on YouTube. I'm so close to 1,000, and I appreciate you. I think I'm gonna have a giveaway when I hit 1,000. Maybe I should advertise that more. And stay tuned to my channel for my top 10, which I'm also wrapping up very soon. Very excited about that. Rick, what you got, big boy?
Oh man, what's going on? You know me, I'm still selling shirts. I'm opening Pokemon cards all the time on Instagram Live. Sorry for all you action figure guys that just show up there and say shit. Like action figure expert shows up in there a lot, and like fucking Ash. I'm sure everybody knows Ash. The prince of the Middle East.
The beast from
he
the Middle
shows
East.
up on a fucking live and just does like the most outlandish shit all the time. Like, why the fuck isn't anybody playing MF Doom? And we're like fucking opening up Pokemon cards. Ash, this isn't that place, brother.
When are you opening up cards next, Rick? Are you doing it tomorrow?
I'll be doing it tonight. We usually do it late at night. Like,
Oh shit!
We start like
message
we usually
me.
it's called Breaking with the Boys. We usually do it like 10, 11 p.m. We start my time.
If message me if I'm still up, and if it's cool, I'll hop on with you and I'll open my packs too.
Hell yeah, and that's what I'm talking about.
Let's go.
Yo, shout out to Action Figure Expert first of all.
Yeah.
A very long time. A long time community member. Basically, he's been around since the beginning, early days or whatever. But really funny though. He always comes on my lives and shit too, and funny but not funny, but still kind of fucking funny. But I do know that he had like some health complications, you know, a couple years back or whatever, and he was off the scene for a little while. And I do, if I'm wrong, my bad, E. But I do think that his eyesight was affected a little bit by one of these complications. So oftentimes when he's online, he just be putting up like emojis that don't really go with whatever's happening.
Oh no.
I think that's why though. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like he'll like have the laughing emoji and it's like not some funny shit happening at all. Like, I don't know.
Sorry for your loss.
Yeah, basically. Like maybe I'm bugging, but
hey,
I think that's why.
Look forward to the corrections next week. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? I had a conversation with Action Figure Expert. He's letting me know that the complication was a problem with his thumbs and dexterity.
No, we should rename that segment. You'll never guess who DM'd us after the last show.
So funny. Yeah, Action Figure Expert is he's always the homie. He's always coming on my streams too and supporting me. Incredible dude. One of the greatest.
No doubt. But shout out to E. On top of that, this guy was one of the first people that was like really, really army building. He is like the fucking like
he's an OG, dude.
Is he
he's the OG of army building, man, for sure. For sure. I don't even know that I saw anybody except fucking Hasbro and G.I. Joe commercials having, you know what I'm saying, like army builders like that before Action Figure Expert, for sure. Yeah,
one more thing before we go. C-Boy the Great hit us with $2 earlier. Thank you so much, man. He said, love this podcast. All of you guys are awesome. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you. You are awesome. Thank you for that.
But
no. How about he's awesome?
He's awesome.
For real.
All right, bud.
Sad emoji.
Everybody in the show around with us. Well, you are all awesome, honestly.
The worst.
I don't really got shit going on either. I got a setup on the table that's been here, and I totally forgot about it because, like I said, I just came home today, and I came home and was like surprised, like somebody else had set up some shit.
It's like Christmas morning.
Somebody broke in here and set up a bunch of action figures.
Basically. And
Man, I feel that, but like, I get that because one time, like it was my birthday a couple of years ago, and I got real turned at like a karaoke party that I threw, and like. I somehow made it home, but I woke up the next morning, dude, and somebody had pissed my pants.
Someone. Can't confirm who, but someone. I have my suspicion.
Got in my pants. But yeah, if you ordered anything this past week, well, if you ordered cutouts or stickers, then you should have your stuff this week. But flight stands were a pre-order, so it's going to be a little while for that. Probably just 2 weeks, maybe 2 weeks tops. I hope 3 weeks tops. And that's pretty much it. I'll be recording some shit today, I guess. It's starting to get nice here as far as the weather. So I don't know. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that fucking means. What does the weather have to do with anything? I'm sleepy.
It just feels great.
All right.
I'm throwing you an alley-oop here. Hasbro interview coming soon, right?
Yeah, no doubt. So when I do get the final confirmation, like I normally do, I'll put up a video on my channel just kind of posing the question to you guys to pose your questions. And that way I could wrap up some of them and ask some of your questions to the team, aside from whatever my little agenda might be. So look forward to that. And yeah, that's it. I think we're good to go. Y'all feeling like we could break?
That's it. Yeah. Take us out of here, bro.
All right, no doubt. So as always, thank you for hanging out. Please don't forget to rate, comment, and subscribe. Hit that bell down there. And until next time, peace.